Kexx is going to talk about his favorite.
3, 2, 1. Hello.
Sam's going to try and
Oh my God! All right, Mike Tyson.
Never done anything wrong ever, and I don't know why I'm getting this kind of treatment from you, Sam.
Is that what Kexx is going to say during his trial?
Hi, welcome to Dungeons and Dunderheads. God, that threw me off my fucking loop so bad. Every goddamn
just
time. We're a bunch of idiots. We're gonna play D&D. We're gonna have a good time, and also play Ace Attorney. I think.
Yeah.
Case closed.
Case closed. Boom. There we go.
This will be my first exposure.
All right.
Ace Attorney's goated.
So, last time, Kexx got arrested again.
Yeah.
The second time in a week.
Yeah!
For the same crimes. I'm not sure if these are technically legal. He never got tried on them, though. So, basically, you guys, while recovering from the big fight, the sundering of Sunhome, and the general chaos happening in Guild's Row, all around town, burnt out, bedraggled, got back into the Pride's Call, managed to rest for one day. While resting, said your goodbyes to Saffron, and sent her remains back to the Feywild in a very touching ceremony, where you guys essentially... Oh snap, Death Bacon, subbed. 2 years now.
Hello, Bobber.
2 years. Thank you, Bobber.
Blow out 2 candles, Bob.
Robert.
In a very touching ceremony with some continual flame and basically a prism of fire sent into the Feywild, hopefully giving some awakened woodland beasts a bit of a fright, but then a nice place to camp out beside forever.
The prank.
Oh, it's a nice.
How else were we gonna do it?
Yeah, right? A
If
whoopee
it wasn't-
cushion or something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was
Check
my
out
second.
Sunhome again.
That was my second thought. Was like, can we make a whoopee cushion?
I would have given you so much inspiration if you had managed to make a whoopee cushion out of like a sheep's bladder or something. Like,
Alyssa,
Please. only reason I didn't go for it was our inventor was not here, and my character was intoxicated.
Well, you had me cast Continual Flame, so...
True.
anyways, after that, you guys, a little drunk, all stumbled back into the Pride's Call, except for Kexx, who slept outside with Leonard all through the night. The shelling of Sunhome quietly tapering off as you all had a night's rest. Waking up in the morning, though, Kexx, a bit of a rude kick to the foot as there were some arresters waiting for you, taking you inside, explaining the charges against you, which, and I will quote, treason, espionage, impersonating an official, lying, perjuring on a federal form, conspiracy of murder, terrorism, assault, murder of an official, theft of city property, and the violation of the vigilante clauses.
And jaywalking.
And jaywalking.
Tax evasion.
and petty theft.
Have we paid taxes on our loot yet?
Morgan was doing that.
we had a government official process it for us. I wouldn't be surprised if the taxes were taken out first.
When we were going through that, like when you were going through that list, I just started laughing because Eden was like,
It's all true.
100% happened.
It's all of that did happen.
yeah.
Whether I should be blamed for it or not.
And then when you were in prison and like you were just like dicking around and doing stuff, she's like, I suddenly understand how that happened.
Yeah. We didn't do anything bad because we didn't have the fall guy with us.
Oh, man.
We can't point at the drow.
Sorry, there's some other things I need to bring up as far as like inconsistencies. The amount of money that Simon owes. We need to sit down and do some math because that is an underestimate by
Oh, 100%. You're right. You're right. I just pulled a number that seemed way too big off the top of my head.
You said platinum, not gold.
I did say platinum, so you can multiply that by 10.
Yeah, but it was going up 1 a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is interesting.
He worked really hard to get to a 53% APR, okay? Up to.
Bigger number,
Which,
better deals.
speaking of, as Kexx was taken away and given to Arbiter Tragcreed because they don't have a fucking cell that can hold him,
Hi, it's me. Hi.
you guys realized you probably needed some legal help. At this point in time, Alyssa had moved off to speak up to, or at least try to get in contact with next of kin at Morgan's, as well as go investigate some of the findings over at Sunhome, maybe find some evidence that may even be able to help out Kexx in the future, who knows. But Sail and Styx, you guys realized probably need some legal help. So who'd you call? Well, first, you talked about summoning another Sea Hag, a few other buddies that may or may not be able to help. Briefly talked about Lolax, but settled on Jeb, the Devil Attorney.
Yes. Yes.
In his title.
If somebody's gonna know the laws and how to get people out of literal murder,
You don't want a criminal lawyer. You want a criminal lawyer.
exactly.
We got the second. We got the latter.
Called Saul.
I was about to say, yeah.
Fucking called Saul for sure.
Calling him in, essentially discussing the legal issues going on and what you wanted to do going forward. He agreed that he would take Kexx's case.
Wait until he's done.
But to say it's going to pick up on the mic real bad no matter how you do it.
You couldn't even hear the sawing.
I noticed afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were sitting here freaking out about it. Anyways, you got Jeb to agree to his case. Jebediah Crizzle, who then went out with his companion Simon and made a deal with Kexx for a favor. You know, no big deal. In the future, not in Guild's Row.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
I'm happy, excited for that.
1 gold at 53% APR for just 100 years would mean the amount of debt. It's 3 quintillion, by the way, from Eden.
That's in gold, not platinum.
Yes.
So times that by 10.
No.
He'll pay it off eventually. Don't worry.
Yeah. You know, he gets paid like a copper every couple weeks. It'll
He's
be great.
immortal. Yeah.
Anyways,
It's forever.
Should we just kill him?
while Jeb and Kexx were signing their deal for representation, Sail, you decided it was time to make a new friend.
Yeah.
Named affectionately Ken instead of Kinjar, his actual name.
Or Kendrick.
When you're like, for an extra gold, you can call me whatever you want.
Yeah. I had to like look at that line and be like, I'm gonna leave that one there for our new working relationship.
A small little quickling buddy that you guys grabbed. The oh man, sorry, I'm still laughing at the actual deal, like the actual deal process you guys had.
It was really bad.
The other thing too is like, how many teeth could he get in a day?
We were trying to figure out probably about
He got
100 quintillion.
he got a dozen in less than 5 minutes.
I know.
He got 10 because he was fast enough to go to a graveyard and grab some, and then on the way back he snagged a few others.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of dead bodies currently in Guild's Row just laying out.
Give
'cause
him
the
a-
cleaning crews haven't been able to get to it yet.
Go
So
clean him.
Give him a whole day and he'll fill a room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're like, yeah, we'll give you money per tooth. I was like, nah.
deal.
We just come home to the pride's call, open the door, and then it says the Boomafoo closet.
1 copper per dozen teeth.
Still.
No, we'll call him for 50. But then he's gonna make it the goal
I
to
know.
get to 50.
No, he'll make it. He'll make it.
Didn't he already try to steal one of our teeth? Like,
No, he took one of the
It was
teeth.
there was 2 people from the Pride's Call he took teeth from.
He took a tooth out of Styx's pocket
Yes.
to try and give back to him for more money.
Yes. No, he didn't try. He did it.
it worked.
He's very good at stealing teeth.
Anyways, from there you guys started putts around New Prov, figured out that you probably need to go check your office just due to the amount of time you have to kill at the moment. Got there, found out that Olivia's little homunculus friend, who helps her in her day-to-day activities at the Guild Pack Promenade, has been stealing your mail because he was really upset that you caught him boofing up in the rafters. Meaning that there's a bunch of Yolov mail that will need to get sorted through at some point in time. Or not Yolov, sorry. God damn it. Do this every fucking time, Von Veer.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where that mess up came from.
I think visually, and Y and V look very similar, and I autocorrect.
Fair enough.
So I just boop. And we haven't seen Von Veer in a hot minute.
That explains so much, Andrew.
Yeah, I know.
You have no idea. Maybe you do, but...
I think visually, and I'm dyslexic.
Yeah. Okay.
Your love ends with the predominant
Suddenly so many-
consonant in V's name.
Suddenly so many incidents make sense now.
After you guys got that all squared away with Olivia, you went back to New Prov and were making your way down to Kexx's arraignment. Elsewhere in the city, we're going to pick up with Alyssa. Alyssa,
That is me.
as you left the Pride's Call to go about your business for the day, what would you have started with?
I probably would have started with going to Morgan's office or home if I knew where her home was,
Sure.
to see if I could find how she was contacting her family, and see if Winston's around too.
Actually, you would know that Winston was in the Pride's Call.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if he stuck around.
He's been kind of just hanging out.
Okay. Then
So if you want to take a moment to speak with him, you 100% can.
Yeah, so I understand that he's a familiar. So I'm just gonna say that I understand the arcane behind that, if that's cool with you.
Sure.
Um,
I mean, the sticks can figure it out.
yeah. Hey, Winston. So you liked Morgan, right?
Bob of the head.
Yeah. Did you ever contact her family for her?
Bob of the head.
They probably need to know what happened. Do you know what happened? Oh no.
You can trauma dump this owl.
So Morgan's not going to be coming back today. Yeah. Morgan, unfortunately, is going to a better place, where she can rest.
Can you roll me an animal handling check, please?
I absolutely can.
Oh man!
I want to see
You weren't
how
expecting
well
that
can you
quick.
convey this to an owl.
It's a pretty smart owl, but
It's
it's still an
a
owl.
spirit,
It's
so is
still
it
an
really
owl.
animal handling?
What
It's
other
an animal,
handling would
yes.
it be?
It's taking the form of an animal.
There's no arcane handling.
I mean, it could be a tools check.
It didn't.
Are you calling Winston a tool? Because you're right.
Okay. I cleared some things out of my phone. Let's see if I can open D&D Beyond now to see
So
my
is
character sheet.
Winston an owl or a spirit? Because he didn't disappear.
Yes.
Okay.
We did go over
He's a
this.
spirit taking the form of an owl.
So,
And I like Totoro.
a
Yeah,
nice
but-
+0 with advantage.
I didn't think Todoran would persist.
Advantage?
if I died.
Yes.
Why do you have advantage?
Great question. I think
something?
Cat?
I think it's a rune carver thing. Yes, it is a rune carver.
Oh, yeah.
So,
He's got the
18.
frost rune. 18. There is a... You would have had to call Winston down from the rafters to have this conversation.
Yeah.
Right? So he's kind of sitting on the... Yeah, he's kind of resting on your forearm, looking at you, and as you kind of tell him, Morgan's not coming home. She's going to a better place where she can rest. There's a brief moment where this doesn't kick in, and he kind of just cocks his head at you a little bit more. And then you watch his eyes go past you out the window to the wreckage, and you watch it click. And Winston deflates.
So, I know that this is probably a shock for you. I want to make sure that we let her family know what happened, and you're the best person for this job. And I think maybe we should go and check out her place. and see if there's anything that we should send along with that message. Is that okay with you, Winston?
He moves from your forearm up to your shoulder and perches.
Okay. I'm going to take that as like an acknowledgement of let's get going and do what needs to be done. So, I guess I'm going to try to find Morgan's house.
I believe you've been there.
You have been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's in Whitestone, which is actually kind of close to New Prov.
Mm-hmm.
So as you are kind of heading out, Narsh kind of runs up behind you and she goes, "Oh my god." Kexx thinks kind of weird. I don't want to hang out here with this really sad mom. As he points behind him and you see Talon, he's kind of just in the corner, like rubbing the same glass for like probably the last 15 minutes. Do you mind if you have a tag along?
Okay. In the most respectful way possible, you're gonna have to pick who you want to be with for who's sad, because and I'm just gonna kind of gesture to the owl that's disassociating on my shoulder.
looks at the owl and goes, I don't think that one cries.
I don't know, and I really don't want to find out.
And also, if I'm being honest, I feel like I owe you, so I'd like to come with you. Gives you some knocks.
Alright. I'm gonna set out with Narsh then.
Alright. He'll head out with you.
Cool.
Letting you take the lead.
I'm assuming that I probably don't need to roll checks for that. How long does it
No,
take to get
you've been to there. So it'd take you probably on foot if you're not taking any like actually, majority of public transport's down at the moment.
Yeah. I was gonna say. Nothing.
It'll take you about 45 minutes.
Or a rickshaw or something.
Okay.
Rexshod, maybe.
So when we get to Morgan's house, I know it's like a familiar scene, but could you like re-describe it, what it looks like?
Sure, 100%. As you're moving from Precinct 3, Beast Haven area, which is normally filled with like lush green, even with all the combat and everything that had happened the day before, as you're kind of going through, V2 Ghazi itself, this giant world tree in the background, has a plethora of giant owls, eagles, and even some probably nature spirits, like dryads. And you can see they're doing some rebuilding. There's a bit of smoke coming from the third gate to your north, kind of back towards Skarg, where there had been one very large battle between the Gruul, Boros, and Precinct 3 itself. So there's quite a bit of hustle and bustle, as in Beast Haven they're very, very large, like pack animals. Everything from donkeys all the way up to what's the word I'm looking for? Brontosaurus is the wrong dinosaur. That's too big.
Stegosaurus.
Yes, thank you, actually. That's about the right size. As these very large, even dinosaurs are starting to move through, pulling what looks to be like debris that kind of fell over. They're trying to clean up the streets. Leaving from Beast Haven and making your way south down to the Whitestone area outside of New Prov, which is the capital, not the capital of Guild's Row, but the meeting place of the Azorius, right? The political arm and policing arm of Guild's Row itself. There's this gradual transition where the greenery kind of stops and starts to move into very well-cobbled streets made of white stone, hence the name.
Mm-hmm.
The animals start to make way for very large, just humanoids that are moving things, anywhere from just very big men and women all the way up to giants that are starting to move around the same type of detritus and debris and clean up. The general mood is very apprehensive as you start to move into Whitestone. The buildings themselves start to become much more well-to-do. Many places having actual yards and stuff like that, but not in the same way that Precinct 3 did, which had like open green fields in between areas, but very well manicured, squared off, wrought iron fences as you're starting to move through. Eventually, you guys make it to Morgan's Manor, which you know was something that she was given as being a minister of impediments for the Azorius. It is this very, very large building that even has a few smaller outhouses alongside it. Tall, almost with like cathedral style arches that lead into the actual place itself. Nice, bright, pristine, though you do notice that the front door is open and Azorius are moving in and out of it currently.
Okay. I'm gonna approach like the Azorius, and I'm gonna say, "Hi. What all is going on here? Who's in charge?"
That would be me. It was a pleasure to meet you. This kind of tall, spindly man.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of got. You can tell at one point in time he had black hair, but is now starting to gray out. It's much more gray than it is black now.
Yeah.
Much more pepper instead of salt and pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a gaunt and sallow face. You can tell just by looking at him, he looks sad. This is probably a job that he did not want to have to do.
Yeah.
It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Edward.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Alyssa. I'm here with Winston and Narsh.
Narsh will kind of just give a small salute, and Winston bods their head up and down. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. How can I help you?
We wanted to make sure that Morgan's family had some of her belongings and a message letting them know what happened, so I'm going to be sending Winston with some of that.
Understood. Please make your way in. We are currently getting the residence ready for the next minister and getting Morgan's effects put to the side. That way, when her family comes, they can pick it up. We can have it delivered however it may need be.
Okay. I'll just go over to the section with Morgan's personal effects and kind of just take a look at like what's there.
Sure. There's a small life here. You know? Max and Maxwell. So Max and Max Jr. went back to the Endwin Empire, right? But you can tell that was not supposed to be a permanent thing. Or at least they were probably going to come back, figure out their situation, and all go back to the Endwin Empire as a group, right? Because as you're looking through, there's stuffed animals of Max, there's plethora of books, everything spanning from like magic for beginners that are very obviously meant for like children. It's kind of like larger with larger texts, you know, the very, very basics, like how ley lines and how you interact with ley lines, boiled down to a very like simple, easy to digest thing, all the way up to like very thick legal codices, which you can tell probably Morgan's. There's a bunch of cases that you see, like case boxes off to the side, that are in between the estate and the actual personal effects that you can see somebody's going through to make sure they're getting all the things that are pertinent for the Azorius and giving the rest over to her next of kin. There are pieces of art, statues. In fact, the statue you gave her of Yolov is set up within these personal belongings. There is just a plethora of things, all the way from like cookware, you know. And while put together very politely, it is a bit of a stark contrast to see that life here is going to continue on. It's just not going to be Morgan's.
Is there any pictures of like her and her family?
100%, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna grab some paper, probably with her like pen and whatnot, or I might use my own, and I'm just gonna start writing like a letter. So we probably read something like, "Dear Max, I am writing to you because unfortunately, Morgan Lemen, your wife, has fallen in the line of duty, and I wanted to make sure that you were aware as soon as possible and understood how sorely we will miss her. I once made her a statue that had bits of magic embedded to remind her of you all, and I know that she loved you both dearly. I'm including a few of her personal effects that you might want immediately, and I've taken the liberty of doing the same for you. Her effects are located at the manor, and as soon as it's convenient for you, will be made available or shipped to you, whatever your preference might be. Morgan helped me more than I think anybody else ever has, and she will be sorely missed. If you need anything, I'm available at the Pride's Call, and Winston will be sent to you as well, bearing this message, so please make sure that he is seen to. He is also in mourning. Yours in perpetuity, Mittens. And then I'm going to wrap it all up, and then I'm going to cast some magic on the pictures, and like have some sense of Morgan, some like things that like if you were to like touch would like play like a sound clip of like her saying various things, and then I'm going to like package it up with Winston and send it on its way.
Okay. Looking through for maybe some more personal effects, right? There is a jewelry box that you can tell has not seen much use in a very long time. Kind of parsing through it, you see that there are a few amulets in there. Not in the sense that they're magical, but in the sense that they're very large and a little bit gaudy in some cases. But they all have very bright iconography of like Pelor. And on the back, they have the name Abernathy engraved on it. You can tell this is probably Morgan's before she was married. And so as you kind of seeing as though it is already gold, it'll be easy for you to transcribe. You can take from there if you'd like, and start to put that magical tinkering on those pieces of jewelry, since they'll also be easier for Winston to actually move. Okay. Sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool.
Do I need to roll for anything, or?
You got downtime. You got plenty of time for this, so I'll say no.
Alright.
Considering you get like a, plus 14 currently?
It depends on what I add, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just about like, you about to give Alyssa the fucking amulet of health right here. I was like, what's fucking, dude? Like, are you kidding me right now?
Hey, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
You get a trial, she gets a magic item. What's the problem?
I didn't even kill those people. It was her. All right. So
One charge drop.
you get
12 charges dropped.
get that put together and hand it off to Winston. You just kind of let them go.
I'm going to give him a pep talk, and I'm gonna say like, Morgan might be gone, but her essence lives on in Maxwell. There's a very high likelihood that he is going to need you at some point. Should he call, you know what to do. And I'm gonna try to give him a new purpose in life.
Okay. See, Winston, as I say this, he kind of bobs his head. And he looks something up really quick.
He disappears.
I don't want a new purpose. I thought I could retire.
I wanted to go get fed snacks like that fat one up in the car.
That one's slightly more solid.
Maybe a little bit. And you can tell the future.
As you speak this over to Winston, he's going to kind of bob his head, and then for a moment, put forehead to forehead with you. In just a moment of understanding, he will take the scroll. What is your passive perception?
Not high. 14.
14? Good enough for this. As he starts to take off, you do see that whether it is because he is a spirit or because he has been given some type of new purpose, the same kind of golden color from the amulet of Pelor kind of gives a brief aura to him as he starts to wing off into the sunrise.
All right. Well, Narsh, what do you want to do?
We should probably go check Sun Home.
Yeah, let's go check one out.
Pitstone cry.
As you guys are walking, he kind of just looks over at you, and he goes, Mittens?
Were you reading over my shoulder?
I'm an investigator. It's what I'm good at.
Yeah, that's my name.
That's your fucking name.
It's a thing that I don't use very often, unless it's a very formal occasion.
That was Narsh.
Yes. I'll keep it to myself.
Thank you.
Narsh spills the beans like immediately.
No, unlike you guys, he knows how to shut up.
Oh man, you should have saw what me and Mittens did.
What? Oh, that's a good nickname because she's got the gloves, right? We'll just call you Mittens from now on.
All right. So,
Hey, wait, didn't Styx jokingly call you that like one of the first sessions he met you? The fuck?
I wonder what face he made in that episode when he said.
I guess you're just gonna have to go back and add to the view count.
Oh goodness.
ooh.
I don't know which episode it is, so I just got to do a full rewatch.
Yep.
All of our years of streams.
Yep.
I'll just have AI summarize it for me.
Gross. All right. So, as you continue on back over to Sunhome, moving through Whitestone over to Plaza East, this kind of more populous area. Whereas the Whitestone neighborhood is very prim and proper. You know, it's where a lot of the Azorius functionaries live. You know, so like when you're in Morgan's old neighborhood, you are literally like rubbing elbows with senators. Over at Plaza East, it is a little bit less fancy in the sense that it is a ton of shopping. Though this is the area where you would find like magic item shops and very, very expensive restaurants, nightclubs, things like that.
Mhm.
So it's still very well to do, just in a bit of a different sense. A little less uptight. But moving from there over to Sunhome, the neighborhoods gradually become less and less well-to-do until you're right on top of Sunhome and you realize you very well transitioned into slums. Rounding the corner, going towards the front gate, you see that there are two holes essentially ripped out of the ground itself that you've heard were apartment buildings at some point in time. Walking around, the front gates of Sunhome are left open. You see that there are Azorius Boros people walking through, even some Selesnian that are kind of just keeping an eye on everything that is going on, as well as the general riffraff of Guild Row itself going by.
Okay. How am I regarded by the Azorius and Boros?
As you get closer, you see the Boros are much more battle-worn than the Azorius. Kind of give you a bit of a side eye, not knowing should you be here at all. The Azorius, on the other hand, have been made very well aware of who you are at this point in time, and give you a nod, though one of them does put a hand up. A kind of taller, excuse me, sorry, taller Loxodon woman. She goes, I'm sorry, but what is your business?
I'm here to help, and I'm also here to find out what happened to Hildegard and Althea.
We're staying clear of Hilda right now. She's not very happy.
Might I talk to her artificer to artificer?
Be our guest. Don't be surprised. She threw a hammer at the last one.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Cleric.
I know.
So, you see, she kind of takes one step to the side. The other Azorius member kind of standing next to her looks up confused on why this is being allowed to pass. But with a look at you, a look at Narsh, which doesn't say anything.
Okay.
The Boros that are all there take a look at Narsh, realizing who he is, and their demeanors also begin to change. Realizing just like, oh, with him. See Narsh walks by giving a salute, and one of them actually passes him something. You see,
Can I read over his shoulder?
100%. This is actually a little pin.
Okay.
They
What's
see
his
the
nickname?
other two of them wearing.
What's his nickname in the bottom of the letter?
It just says G on it.
G, huh?
Narsh was my father's name. You can call me G.
You didn't know there's a silent G in front of his name?
Oh, I knew that.
Gnersh.
Mm-hmm.
I like Ganache.
You see, it's actually just it's a small pendant. Not pendant, sorry, but like pin that has 2 angel wings on it.
Mhm.
You realize identifying them apart from regular Boros, they are heralds. And so, as they kind of look at each other and nod, understanding who he is, he pins that on and starts to walk through. As you make it into the courtyard of Sunhome itself, it is. I've been saying the sundering of Sunhome on purpose, because there is no courtyard. There was small buildings within the actual courtyard itself that you knew was like an armory. There was areas where there were like dummies, things like that, places for you to go train, places where you like test things out like magic. The entire place has just been scorched black. There are still bodies that have been stuck to the ground. There was so much heat that they cannot be peeled up. There is a plethora of people out there, and you see Hildegard up on one of the small steps, looking over a body, casting magic, and nothing happening.
Mm-mm.
Althea a few steps behind, battered and bruised, but standing.
Okay, that was the body I thought was on the ground for a sec.
Jesus Christ, Andrew.
I'm gonna give Hilda a long rest.
I'm going to try to walk up, but say nothing and make it very clear that like I'm taking the long way around and I'm not just like going to say anything.
Mm-hmm. Althea immediately clocks you. She sees you and just gives you a small shush sound. As turning the corner, you've only met him a few times briefly, but you seeing the staff next to him and the remnants of whatever robes he was wearing in his general size, you realize that is Harbeck, that is on the ground next to Hilda. As she's been continually casting any type of resurrection she can without any success.
What else is nearby?
Nearby, you see that there's a bunch of bodies. There's a gate leading further into Sunhome itself that has been left open. The front sandstone doors to the gate itself have been scorched black. There's a body of a giant. There is multiple other bodies still like laying around. You see there are some Azorius practitioners as well as heralds, as you can now tell the difference of them. Kind of looking around trying to figure out how they're going to clean this place up at all. There are some of the Flamekin, these essentially Azer. They're dwarven in stature and even in kind of design, but they are made of metal. They have this weird gold bronze alloy with fire kind of coming up around their head instead of hair, as they're moving around trying to do their best to clean up the rubble itself.
Can I, using my stone tools, figure out the structural integrity of the building that is somewhat standing?
Sure. Go and make me an investigation check at advantage using your stone tools.
$25.
25. So, with the 25 looking around currently, this main courtyard took the brunt of whatever the attacks were. Whether that be artillery from the perihelion itself, the actual meteor swarms that got dropped not once, but twice, and one of them being an odd type of blue flame. You're not quite sure what that is, other than you're pretty sure it has something to do with sticking iron production. That's something you learned earlier.
Yeah.
So, looking around, you realize Sunhome has been standing for millennia. It's been standing for ages. It's not the first time it's been attacked, and won't be the last. Though this attack is inherently different. There is a natural magic to old places like this, and that is now missing. As you start to look around, you see that the sandstone on the bottom has reacted differently to the sandstone on the walls. Right? Sandstone of the courtyard itself seems to have superheated in such a way that it turned glassy. It's almost like obsidian, and that's the reason they're having such issues getting the actual bodies up off the ground, is that it heated so hard and so fast that they melted into it. Whereas the outer rim of those explosions, the walls itself, didn't heat to the point of glass, but are now brittle and almost chalky. As you start to go around with your tools itself, there's a moment where you're thinking that you're going to need to exert some serious force into the stone to even get like a chip off of it, and then your hand just starts to go into it. The structural integrity is not good. These walls will need to come down. They will need to be rebuilt at some point in time. You're one good earthquake from the entire courtyard just falling in on itself.
So nobody should be inside these buildings.
Well, Sunhome's kind of split up into two different areas. So the front courtyard, super messed up. You haven't checked the back courtyard yet.
So in the front courtyard, I would like to investigate to see if, because you said the magic had failed. So I'd like to see if there was any secret passages that are now like visible or open, or held like caches of weapons or magic items, things like that might have been hidden but now visible.
Sure, go and make me an investigation check. Again, at advantage since you're using your stone tool.
I didn't say I was casting guidance, but I did. And I rolled for it. 32.
32. Okay. 32. While looking around and kind of looking specifically for things that would not normally be visible, but now with the fire and things like that, you realize probably no illusions were cast to kind of hide things away. That said, there was two conical towers on either side of the actual front courtyard itself that were in the back going up.
Sorry.
What?
There's two towers.
So unnecessary.
Kill me.
Nothing was said.
You just kept going, Andrew.
I can't. Looking around, these two conical towers, the one on the very far left seemed to have had, at one point in time, much more warding against it. The doors and everything leading into it had a ton more warding than any of the other doors around here. Those had some. As well as you're kind of like looking around the courtyard itself, there were quite a few magical defenses that were kind of baked into even the stonework itself. You see that there are some nodes that never got turned on during the battle, but would have released small crystalline pillars up into the courtyard itself that would have cast some type of magic. You're not sure which yet. You'd probably have to dive a little bit deeper into that.
I'd love to dive a little bit deeper into that. Also, I'm wondering if there's any like because these are like the front gates. So I imagine that they would have things like, or once had potions for like giants or things like that. I'm specifically wondering if there's like first aid caches or things like that for like the soldiers that I could, give to Hildegard to not be hit.
I like to yes and quite a bit. The issue being that they would have been used.
Okay. So
it's not that you don't find them, it's that the ones you find are either inert or are empty.
So this thing that comes out of the ground, is there like any other kind of because what you described is artificing, where like you do like the stonework and then it like has different like properties in magic. Is there any that would start like a slow healing process for the stonework?
Unfortunately not. Rolling over your skill check from before, these look new compared to the rest of the courtyard.
Okay. Could I inspect them to see like what their intended function was?
Yeah, go and give me an Arcana check.
Guidance on myself.
Sure.
So that's a nat 20 plus 8 plus 2. 30.
Okay, beautiful. Looking it over and looking at the actual sigils itself, you realize that this was supposed to lay down an anti-magic field across the entire courtyard. And it was probably just something they didn't get the chance to turn on.
How difficult would it be to replicate this in the future if I was trying to do this?
Probably very.
Exceptionally.
You're not sure it would be within your purview.
Okay.
This is very, very high level abjuration magic. That would be probably in Harbeck's realm of expertise.
Hilda could do it. Small.
Yeah. I was wondering if I could reuse it if I tried to like pull it out of the ground or something like that.
Much like the rest of the courtyard, these things are burnt.
Okay, cool. Peace.
They do not work anymore.
Then instead, I guess I'll cease trying to find out the secrets of Sunhome, and we'll go back to Hilda and see like if she's at a point where I can talk to her, or if I just need to wait for her to run out of spell slots.
Hilda.
Yes.
Been the last day going around trying to pick up any of those that were killed in the meteor swarm. You have realized, due to deduction and through a series of your own investigation, that unfortunately those who ever got hit by this blue flame do not get back up.
Okay.
Althea being lucky that she never actually got dropped by it.
She got hit by it, but not killed. Okay. So, instead of attempting multiple raises, after the first, I would have probably tried a planar ally. And I looked it up for the Dwarven Death God. I don't know if you have a different one. But from the Moradin pantheon of Dwarven Death Gods is Dumathoin.
Okay. Get extra spicy here. That was my thought, though.
She is the highest living cleric of the entire Dwarven pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, boss!
If anybody's gonna get a chance.
Hey, Dad. Can you give me a thumb? The Justice ones.
I'm talking to somebody else's supervisor, but I have the right
You
to talk
set
to
me.
them.
You set me up with my wife. Of course I can.
Do you think there's enough time to like have a quick bathroom break for me, or?
I was about to get this figured out and then tie you into it.
Okay.
If you want,
But if you like, you can just go take a potty break really quick while I read over this.
we'll do some exposition.
Yeah.
We'll talk about anime.
Now you can open those.
So now that we're talking about dwarves, Gurren Lagann.
All right. So, explain to me how you were casting Planar Ally and what you would like out of this.
Looking at Harbeck, she'll just look up at the sky and shout, Dumathorn! Help? There's a lot of aggression there, and then she backpedaled like, I need things.
What's your tone?
Make me get my son.
Name, you can speak that name. You guys
Dumathorn, I do not understand. Did Hilda level up?
No.
Okay. I think at one point you said she would if she survived the fight. But that was many, many moons ago.
Correct. So, I thought you were asking if she leveled up again.
Was she 17 or 18 at the start of
17.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I had to level up Althea. So.
To be 18?
Mhm.
Okay.
So. As you call out to Dumathorn and ask what is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Is your intent to bring him in front of you?
My intent... This is me basically getting his attention and asking to speak to one of his representatives, you know? Like one of his lower like deities or like angelic figures. Somebody who would probably be an expert in dwarven death.
Sure.
Why no do?
I should be able to do. Why can't I do?
Yeah.
Alright. As you call out to Dumathorn, the earth below you starts to... as a ruby gauntleted hand starts to pull itself up out of the stonework itself. Pulling itself further and further up is this dwarven figure that is covered with a litany of gemstones.
Mm-hmm.
There's ruby, there's gold veins running through them. They have emeralds, sapphires, diamonds. They pull themselves out. A spectral green flame catches around their head as they look at you slack-jawed for a moment.
Do I recognize this creature?
Make me a religion check.
I almost use Sayu's dice.
Can't be having that.
Yeah. Might have helped. Religion?
Mm-hmm.
7.
7.
Yes.
This looks like a Zorn and something else had a baby.
An Erdinir. Oh.
Though you feel as though your magic has taken place, and whatever you were trying to anchor as an ally is now standing in front of you.
I'll look at it. I'm Hildegard. I have questions regarding death, and why it does not seem to be working correctly today.
I have a question about death.
Do you want it?
Death and death accessories.
Mm-hmm.
Hilda does deal those out on occasion.
Great occasion. She's semi-retired to train and make things.
Semi-retired pro.
Yep.
Retired.
Not out loud, but in your head, you hear, I am Totenstein.
Potenstein.
I'm here to answer your questions.
Harbeck, I'll point at him, my brother, was felled by a blue flame, and now I cannot bring him back, despite having paid the price to Dumathorn.
There is no shepherd to move between. there is no crook to bring back. The blue flame are chains that bind, and tighter than any mithril. He has not made it to Doomthorn's hands, so he cannot give him to you.
His soul still exists.
Yes,
Would you tell me where?
I cannot.
Cannot or will not?
I have not the information you seek. This is a dark place.
Where we are or where his soul went?
Where you are,
Yes.
do not loiter.
Thank you.
Alright. Are you dismissing them?
I love Robot Andrew. RP.
Do I know what Harbeck wanted done with his body when he died?
He wanted to go back to the Big Hill. He wanted to be interred with the rest of your family.
Okay.
He loved Guild's Row and he loved the pendant itself. But first and foremost, he was a dwarf.
Well, I'll look at... I immediately referred to him in my head as Toady.
Totenstein.
Toadenstein. It's probably gonna stick as Toady. I'm going to take him to the hill, and I'm going to do what I can to find his soul and put it back in his body. Doomthorn willing. Thank you for your help.
Find the shepherd. Find his soul.
The shepherd.
No shot.
I have more things to do today now.
Yippee!
Thank you, Totenstein. And I will... If there's anything he would like in return for answering my questions, I'll do what I can to accommodate, but otherwise that's all I have for him.
See, he will... Your brother had a staff that he used frequently.
Mm-hmm.
He will walk forward, and if you're, like, pretty much just offering what would you like, he's going to pick up the staff.
I will add a caveat to that particular gift. If he asks for it back, it wasn't mine to give in the first place in that case. Should I succeed?
Should he be brought back, then I will give it to Doomathon.
I don't want to have to argue with Doomthorn about his stuff, though.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Most people don't recommend the things I do.
There is a deep sound of stone grating on stone as you realize he's laughing.
Alright.
He makes a Reggie Rock sound.
That weird spectral flame you see starts to light up from the ground that he came from as he goes to stand back over it, and it all goes out as he drops away back to Doomthorn's domain.
But I know if that staff was from the pendant. Is that important to them?
Well, I mean, like, your brother was the headmaster for a few centuries.
I'm just saying, was that a particular symbol of authority, or is that his? Of his estate?
They go hand in hand.
It was mine. I've decided. If it's not a clear it was theirs, it was mine.
Actually, no, it doesn't. It's not even a goes hand in hand thing. He's had this since he was a kid. In fact, he fought in the Sinslayer War with it.
Oh, that's
It
mine.
just represents
War.
him.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it represents him.
Yeah, you don't have the staff without him. You don't have him without the staff. Kind of thing.
Well, then it definitely deserves to go the dwarves, then. So, they'll live without it. Here at the Pendant.
Right.
I can see you skulking back there. Thank you
Yeah,
for
Narsh,
waiting.
come on. You need to stop skulking, man.
Yes.
Is what I do.
I heard you throw hammers at people?
On occasion.
Cool. Feeling like throwing any today?
I'm certainly in the mood for it. What reason do you have to ask me specifically to be throwing hammers today? I have a few people I need to talk to at some point.
Raise your voice, please.
Sorry.
Well, today is the day after. And I think some people need a good yelling at. And the scariest person I know is you.
Thank you. Who are we? Why? As much as I'm not opposed to yelling at somebody, who are we yelling at and why?
Well, you see, used to be a prisoner here. Head of the Boros is dead. It's two warring factions. One of them tried to imprison me. The other ones I'm cool with. Like, Narsh here is pretty cool too. Would like Narsh to run things.
You want Narsh to be in charge over Tiana.
Tiana, when I found her, didn't look like she was going to be ready anytime soon. I think a good interim leader.
I look at Narsh and look him up and down.
Dude, he's so fucking beat up. He's still not looking good, even after a night of rest. He walks around with a spear, but he's kind of like leaning on it, more like a walking stick than anything else. This kind of like taller hobgoblin man. You can tell his face has been broken a plethora of times. Looking at him to see like how he's feeling about this, he's shaking his head and she goes, "Quick step." I appreciate you. I do.
Do you have a recommendation for somebody who would
Captain
be...
Quickstep. That'd be like, I'd be jumping so many ranks.
I can put in a commendation for you to be in a position of leadership.
How do you like politics?
I hate them. I do investigations. And normally the issue is politics.
The rank I was going to advocate for you just went up by one.
There's a mixed emotion on his face of just like, nice, and also,
Not to be dismissive, why do you feel he would be qualified to run the entire Boros? So I can include that.
I find that those in positions of authority who actually want to be there are the worst.
Okay.
I would rather have somebody that I know understands what actually went on instead of somebody who could rewrite it a bit.
Do you believe Quickstep would do so?
I don't know Quickstep well enough, but I was in prison with this guy, and I've seen what he can do.
I see. Well, we can go talk to Quickstep.
Yeah, let's do that.
okay, not where I thought this was going.
Well, they had no expectations for this cat person.
I'm just glad you're alive.
She's like, you waited the full time for me to have that conversation with the minor deity. I will What do you want? Oh, you help. Yep. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, like, this entire courtyard probably should be evacuated. It's not structurally sound in the slightest.
I'm just glad I didn't hit it with an earthquake yesterday.
That would have brought the entire thing down. Which,
Do you think it'd be helpful if, like, we pulled everybody out and I did that, like, tomorrow or something? So that way it just kind of...
I think that there's probably other ways of dealing with that.
We still got plenty of places we need to look at. We need to go look at Eldecon's study. We need to go look at all the... There's a lot of offices we need to go through. Please no.
So there's...
Aren't those in the back, though? Like, I think it's only the front courtyard.
Eldecon's office is right there. He points up to the left tower.
Crumbles a little bit. Right.
Would it help if I shored it up? Then?
Yeah, actually.
I'm not gonna I won't use creation. I'll do inanimate objects. I'll animate a bunch of rubble and material, and then have it all escort itself up to help prop up.
So, anything you cast inanimate objects on, or animate objects on,
Yes.
as you go around the courtyard trying to grab things to move, a lot of the times they don't. The magic does not hold, so you have to move on to a new thing. Anything that got hit by that flame, unusable.
Okay. I will focus on areas that are not scorched, if possible.
After a few moments, kind of going a little bit further into Sunhome's self, actually grabbing onto... there's an odd moment where you see that there's some herald workers that are already like with carpentry gear and stuff like that, trying to figure out how to go fix things with some Azer. You just look around and just go like... it just starts to stand up and move on its own.
I'll be like, do you guys need anything moved out of the way? Anything?
They point out to some like bits of rubble and things like that. The meteor swarm that actually hit did so much damage that it shook the insides, and some of the like structural like joists and things like that have gone out.
I'll just like walk by and just like, all right, come on, and like point at random things, like point it to start walking outside.
Pieces of wood and stone they had like laying around ready to like put back into place, they just start to roll itself out as you watch somebody like a carpenter just throws his pencil on the ground, quit, just walks, just nope, taking a break.
Yeah, if I could just make like a pillar or some sort of support, have them all kind of wedge themselves into place and then drop concentration, like
Sure,
help shim up the tower that they're worried about.
sure, you can definitely do that. You can do that. Narsh kind of looks around and goes, I think I'm going to stay here and do some investigation, if you don't mind them.
Yeah, when you're doing your investigation, I know that you're a very thorough person. I think a good avenue for investigation might be who was stationed where and what their allegiance lied. Because I know, for example, you were thrown into prison once you were made aware of the prison. I'm curious.
I worked there for a little bit first, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious where maybe they were stationing certain people who had no idea about what was going on versus people who did. And that might be able to be discerned through your investigation. But knowing that would allow us to kind of understand which areas were being more secured than others.
Sure, understood. You got it.
Alright, shall we go to Elda Conan's office?
I thought we were going to quick step.
That's why he was saying, I'm going to stay here and investigate.
I see.
Because he thought you guys were leaving.
Got it, okay.
We're going...
I kind of want to see the office, but I also want to go to Quick Step.
Alright, I'm happy to help. You seem like a young go-getter. I had several gods I needed to talk to today and some planes I was thinking of visiting. So, if we got a good plan,
Okay.
just want to know what we're doing.
How about we reconvene sometime today or tomorrow with Quick Step, and Narsh is like walking away and I'm about to follow him. He'd be like, and maybe put him in charge of like the investigation. I think it'll be important.
We'll definitely talk about getting him on the investigation team.
Yeah.
Quick Step. I think I'm gonna bring Harbeck to the Perihelion. If I can find it. So I'm gonna find passage to it. And
I think I would know that that's in the place where it used to rest. Right?
Where the Perihelion is now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would relay that information to you. It's like, oh yeah, it's over in the place where it used to rest before it was out in the desert.
that cliff where Saffron died?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
My body will be on this plane if you need to contact me. And I believe I'm intending on leaving my body on this plane. So
Mine will also be here. I'll be sure to have my body talk to your body if we need that.
you might need to shake me a little.
Okay.
Hilda will go cast Commune with things, trying to suss out where Harbeck's soul is, and astral projecting to follow up on leads if necessary.
Okay, you got it. So, as the two of you break off, you're going to go back up into Eldacoden's office.
Yeah.
All right. So, Nar's already a few steps ahead of you. For the record, for everybody else, we're probably going to do this last scene, take a break, and then we will reconvene with everybody at the trial. Okay. All right. So, as you start to make your way back up into Eldacoden's office, you see that there is a... What do you call it? There are large scorch marks where the arrow slits are from how large the column of fire was when the flames hit. So as you're going up this spiral staircase of sandstone, kind of moving around, every once in a while you'll see just a scorch mark on the inside. Though besides that, it seems like the inside is held up decently well. After a little bit of shoring up from Hilda, is definitely gotten from like a little bit of a lean back to about straight.
Mm-hmm.
Making your way all the way up to the top, there's a small walkway that leads to the office itself. This gold filigree laurels all over, used as decoration and everything like that up there, have been tarnished and turned almost black. You start to make your way through Eldacoden's office. There is 2 chairs on the outside that you can tell were probably used for like guards or attendants of some sort. The door to her office has been left open. As you kind of begin to poke your head in, it is a very large and airy place. It does not have windows as much as it has just pillars that lead out to balconies around. There's a very large desk and table work area off to one side, as well as a war table in the other that depicts actually where the Perihelion crashed.
Okay. So Narsh, what is his investigation background?
Narsh is one of the Lightbringers of the Boros. Basically, they have a loose affiliation to Palor, actually, and go around and do internal investigations. They're basically the CIA of the Boros.
I more so meant, like, is he incredibly good at, like, arcane knowledge, or is that more so something that, like, I would be able to do better than him?
Arcane knowledge, you definitely got it on him.
Okay.
He is good at investigating.
Okay. So am I. Probably not as good, but I would like to assist in his investigation, but add, like, arcane comments or knowledge, or, like, fill in gaps.
Sure.
And provide, like, a sounding board for, like, this is what this does, this is what that does, if there's magic that's involved.
All right. Beautiful. As you guys are kind of coming up, and he's looking around, he starts to discuss with you, and he goes like, so, from Sail's report, it sounds as though that Eldeconin had died and then took over Morgan's body. Does that sound correct?
I think that sounds correct.
I'm not magically trained. Do you know of anything that could have caused that?
So taking over somebody's body and then like, I'm not sure if like Lizzie is familiar with that.
If you'd like, you can make a religion or arcana check
Okay.
to see what you know about
I'll
it.
do Arcana and I'll cast Guidance on myself. That is not good. 14.
14. You vaguely know that there's a type of lich that is called a hierarch. They're known for appearing within certain bloodlines.
Okay. It smells a little bit like necromancy to me. Probably like in the Lich family.
He nods. Okay. So he's starting to parse through and actually look at the stuff inside here. And so, goes, okay. So liches, they last for like a really long time, right?
I believe that they usually have like a phylactery. And, you're looking at me like I'm wrong. They have a phylactery, and I believe that they can live for extreme long periods of time as long as that's not destroyed.
Okay. See, as you guys are talking, so we should probably look for a phylactery.
That makes sense, yeah.
Make sure she doesn't come back in the middle of the sitting when we're not ready.
That would be perfect, yeah.
If you don't mind helping me out, as he starts to look around.
Oh, guidance.
Good. Okay. Give me 14 plus 10, so 24. He starts to dig around. Okay. You see that he is digging around, looking inside the actual tables themselves, looking for something like a small gemstone. Though he doesn't find anything like that, he does find a few different pieces of key evidence that he's kind of just tossing to you as he's going across.
Okay.
There is this large folder filled with information that he found in a secret compartment underneath her desk. So as he's going through, he hits that, and there's this, like, essentially a manila folder, or a few of them actually, kind of pop out.
Yeah.
As he walks those over to the war table and sets them down, and goes, if you don't mind reading those while I keep looking at this.
What language is it in?
It's in common.
Okay. I'll read through those.
Sure. Okay. There seems to be a discussion going on. Multiple reports going back and forth between people. It is Eldeconin greenlighting a project with emphasis on sticking iron production. To get this done, Thak and his Blackworks team were bagging sorcerers and bringing them in, which you already knew. It was a secret project, though, so over all of these files and stuff like that, it seemed to be like copies where it's just like top secret, do not discuss, top secret, do not discuss. Meaning you get the idea that the regular Boros were not aware of this going on.
Okay.
There is a correspondence between Eldeconin and Capital Luwa, which you guys have heard about before, who was giving permission from the Azorius to Eldeconin to go after these sorcerers.
Lua was the one who did those trials against the sorcerers, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
She's citing the legality under the Sorcerer Compliance Act.
Smart.
And where it has been technically voted on and is technically law, though has not gone into effect yet because it is tied up in the courts currently.
Good find.
Yeah.
So there is actually a list of non-compliant sorcerers that are okay to take.
Who's on that list?
Give me a moment. This wasn't written down over here because I knew I had it somewhere else.
You worried you're gonna see a familiar name on there? Just too cool to hear an answer.
Too cool for school.
Gotta keep the poker face up.
He's entering her punk girl era.
Sorry, I should have had this up and running.
Model win friend.
Oh, where'd it go? There we go.
No,
On there's a Felicia Gearspark, Thorn Ironforge, and Esmeralda Ironforge. They seem to be siblings, as well as one Lolax,
Good thing they already got him.
as well as a plethora of different names that have not been checked off this list.
So Lolax's name is checked off.
It is.
Do any of those names sound familiar to me in regards to who is in the prison?
Felicia. Well, these other names sound very familiar to you. Felicia, Thorn, and Esmeralda all sound familiar.
Gotcha.
You know that they were sorcerers that were in there. And while you guys didn't work hand in hand like super often, you did wind up having to see them from time to time. And so that you know Felicia Gearspark is a gnome sorcerer, as well as Thorn and Esmeralda are both dwarven sorcerers.
Okay. In the rest of these like hidden documents, does it detail where they might have been going when we were trying to chase them and we couldn't find them?
Me.
It references that. Actually, it even references the fact that they knew about your guys' attack ahead of time, and they were going to start moving their not personnel. How they would have worded like personnel.
Assets.
Yeah, they were moving their assets over to the Cabal.
Okay. Man, these documents should not see the light of day.
As well as in another manila folder that Narsh tosses out,
An option.
you see that there is what they're working on Stygian Iron for. He doesn't get it because he's not an artificer. You understand these fairly well, though.
Okay.
There is there's a person referenced in these called the Soulsmith, over and over and over again, talking about how they're going to create the Soul Forge, and since the Soul Forge is now up and running, using the Sorcerer's Blood, that they now have the opportunity to create Stygian Iron. And with the Stygian Iron production happening, they were focusing on a few different projects using it. There's magic-resistant armor, magic-nullifying weapons, something that is redacted, as well as planar anchors.
What does it say about the intent of planar anchors?
Looking at the planar anchor, you see a rough sketch and schematic. They're used to blur the lines between planar boundaries. Or, if used in a different alignment, they can fortify the lines, meaning it is harder to move across planar boundaries. There is research here based off the Third Age, where a soul anchor was used on Lust. So whenever she died, she would come back to this plane instead of going back to the Abyss.
That was such a fucking headache, and they're making more.
So-
back around, Colby.
These weapons, do I see any that look like something that I would have been working on? Like when I was a prisoner?
Yeah. You even see your old schematics in here for gauntlets, because they blurred the line between weapon and armor. So it was one of those schematics they put up on a high pedestal, and you even see reports that somebody has made them.
Out of Stygian iron?
Stygian iron.
Does it say who made them?
The Soul Forge. The Soulsmith.
And does it say the location of the Soul Forge?
It said that it was in the Black Site prison.
I don't think I encountered it when I was...
You did not. So whenever you were given Stygian iron to work with, it was already provided. Though you never made it all the way into the prison when you were there as a prisoner. There were other rooms and stuff.
Yeah, I thought I investigated all of them when we were down there.
You did. You didn't find a Soul Forge. But it says it was there at one point in time.
I see, so they moved it. They moved the black site. Okay, and it probably doesn't say where they moved the black site to.
It said that it was also the Soulsmith and Forge were moved over to the Cabal.
And the Cabal has, like, what meaning to me?
None, as far as I know.
Okay.
Sorry, I just asked the Cabal.
Yep, that's just a name they're using, and they're assuming that you understand it.
Okay. Narsh, does the Cabal mean anything to you? Guidance.
I mean, kind of. There were meetings between Elder Conan and some robed figures. I never really got a good look at them. I wasn't supposed to be poking around there anyway, so somewhere I tried to look like I was passing through. They seem to be larger humanoids, I'm not sure. Much past that. But one of them in there in the rows referenced the Cabal. I don't know what it is though.
Okay. I make mental note of that. In the rest of this study, what kind of magic items exist that like Elikona would have like left behind?
There are. Just rolling over the rest of that investigation check, so it was pretty good. There are a few things like a twinned journal, where you realize there is a journal that kind of opens up, and there's two different sets of handwriting in it.
I like the one with Caddis.
Mm-hmm. And as you guys get to like the tail end of it, reading through it, it's nothing too incredibly important. It looks like she's just talking back and forth with her brother, the Emperor in the Anduin, but it's nothing of real import. They are literally just checking up on each other to see how they're doing.
See.
So at the tail end, you see nice blocky print that you would assume is the Emperor's handwriting. It's just, hello. I heard something happened in Guildrow. Are you okay? Question mark. We are sending a delegation soon.
Hey Narsh, take a look at this. You think I should write back?
No. No. Yes, but no.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, on one hand, we should tell him that his sister's dead.
Why would we do that?
Why wouldn't we do that?
Because we don't know for sure.
Why would he be asking if she's okay if he...
Because he never heard anything saying that she was okay, and we have her journal. Maybe we should send the delegation to the location and be ready for them.
Where would we even send them? It's the end one. They're going to go across the Serpent Strait. They're going to get here as quickly as possible. Even if that means going across the Serpent Strait. So they're going to come straight into port. Unless they take an airship.
I mean, they have those, I'm sure. Maybe we should send them to someplace like the No Man's Land.
They know about the No Man's Land. Like, where in the No Man's Land?
There's a nice little cavern I know about. It'd be a great place for an ambush.
Why do we want to ambush them?
Because they were talking to Elder Conan.
Are you assuming guilt?
A non-guilty person doesn't cast some kind of necrotic blue flame, kill...
Whoa. I'm not talking about Elder Conan. Elder Conan's guilty as hell.
Right.
I mean the entire Endwin Empire and their delegation. Are you assuming that they are in on what Elder Conan was doing?
I did hear Kexx talk about his dream, right?
Hmm?
Yes.
What evidence do you have?
The word of somebody saying that the Endwin was involved, and that's about all that I know. But I have a feeling that if the Endwin was involved and Elder Conan was there, then it makes sense that she was talking to somebody across like the strait.
Listen, I don't want to be a dick. I'm gonna be a dick. Your buddy's brain's fucked.
Okay.
Not no, right?
Are we really gonna trust something he dreamt? To start a war with the Endwin Empire, because that's what killing their delegation is going to do. It's going to be a war with the Endwin Empire, who has the biggest military force on the planet.
Add him to our list, baby. We can take him.
No.
I don't want to make that choice lightly.
I don't either. But also at the same time, how are they going to know it was us? If we decide not to
talking about
ambush them. We just send them to a random location, and we see who comes.
I mean, having a meeting place, that's all well and good. That's great.
Yeah.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Being prepared at the meeting place, also great. I would love to talk over some more people before we decide that we're going to pull the trigger on an ambush, though.
I agree, but having them be in a place where that is an option is better than having it in a place like a city.
I agree. Full-heartedly.
Okay. You're an investigator, right? You can discern small details.
I like to act like it.
I'm gonna take out like a piece of parchment, and I'm gonna just practice copying Elder Conan's handwriting, and see like how close I can get. And then I'm gonna have him inspect it and let me know if it's close enough.
Alright, do you have proficiency in forgery kit?
I believe so. It's a tool, right? Artisan tools?
It's a kit. No,
It's a kit.
Not a tool.
Okay. Hold on a second.
I think, or is it forgery tools?
I think it is
It's forgery
tool.
kit. No, it's a forgery kit.
Forgery kit 5e?
Yep.
Okay. I know there's thieves' tools, but I don't
Thieves' tools, forgery kit, disguise.
Yeah.
Kids come
Proficiency
usually
with this
rogues
kit
out.
lets you add your proficiency bonus to the ability check you make while you're creating a physical forgery of a document. So it's not a tool, it's a kit, specifically.
Okay. What would I be adding to that?
I have proficiency in
Most rogues, I think.
I would say probably dexterity.
Background of the rogue did it to him, I think.
Okay. Could I do
Right, like,
sleight of hand?
that.
Maybe?
No. Disguise kit, thieves' tools.
Spy.
Specifically, no. Because you have to use a kit to get proficiency bonus in forging things.
Okay. So then it would just be Dex plus nothing.
I would put that.
Okay. I'll cast guidance on myself and bless.
Okay.
On this episode, gang starts a war. And by gang, we mean Alyssa.
Who knows? One person making a decision for the rest of us.
Whoever would do something like that.
I don't know. With two different characters.
I mean, it was an 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
18. Alright, he looks it over and just... This looks pretty good. I'm also not his sister or brother that grew up with him, so...
I have a question.
Answer.
With, like, nowadays, like, if I got a note from somebody, most common people wouldn't really think about it unless it's really far off. Because this is Guildhero is in a less technological time, would that be something that people would pick up on easier? Because they see and deal with handwriting a lot more.
It is due to the formal training of being a king,
Okay.
Royal hand.
of royalty.
Little
This
different.
it's something that they are trained to do.
Okay.
Might be subtle nuances and things about that you can't replicate.
Your dotted I has 0.5 milligrams more pressure than needed.
Literally. Like,
People complimenting Lizzie in the chat.
Cool. I'm gonna do some writing in there, and I'm going to say Ant Lion Canyon, and that's it.
Oh, they're gonna fucking kill the spirit I put there.
Alright, you got it. So, you put this together and basically just like, you just write Antline Cannon? That's it?
Yeah.
Not a cannon.
Okay. You write Antline Canyon. This brief moment, we're on the other side of the page. He goes, but are you okay?
I would like to go back through the book and see how Eldaconan normally responds to things like that. What would I notice?
Give me an insight check.
Guidance.
Bless is still up too.
Oh yeah, cool.
Hashtag blessed.
20.
20. Looking it over, you see that they have a fairly loving relationship, apparently. They talk to each other like siblings generally do. Now, they're talking about their other brother that's up in the north and the issues that they have going on. They talk about how they worry about him, worry about his safety. She talks about her day sometimes, where it's like going in detail about what her forces and everything are doing here. You see, like, if you go way, way, way back to the beginning as you're skimming through, you even realize that he, like, really does not understand this want of hers to be the leader of the Boros and why she went to go fight Aurelia the way that she did. He's proud. That's great. That's another thing for the Empire. It's amazing. But they didn't need to do it like that. There's some confusion. So they speak very candidly with each other. So for him to be like, what's going on? Like, but are you okay? Things like that. Very normal.
I think I'd like to reply with mostly. And then a period.
Can you talk?
Only in person.
Is this safe?
Yes.
I'm rerouting the delegation. I will see you soon.
Cool. And I'm gonna look over at Narsh and I'm like,
Roughly 7 days.
okay.
And then at that point in time, the journal burns. Goes up in flames. This weird purple fire.
Well,
Narsh is just like, why? No. We need to go tell them now.
probably should, yeah.
That's not what I meant. When... Okay.
Like the king.
No,
We're
the-
even.
The Emperor just said, I will see you soon, not someone. I.
And with that, I think we'll take our break. See you guys here in a little bit. Pick back up with Kexx's trial.
Oh boy.
Kexx's trial.
Did the clap I just
Hi,
do
chat.
suffice for audio syncing?
Probably not, so I'm going to do another one
I wish I
anyways.
brought my laptop so I could actually read chat.
Oh. Oh no.
Oobla's
Yeah,
on a
read.
watch streak.
You ever eat a steak and just
Help.
go?
Oh God, help
Oh.
said your hair looks nice. Or so
A
good.
minute ago.
Thank you.
And Andrew
That's
said,
definitely geared towards me.
hmm.
The nice hair.
No, it says, Lizzie, your hair looks so good. I don't know who Help Oh God Help is.
Lizzie is
That's,
so thankful.
Haley.
Oh, okay.
We appreciate the compliments so much.
Nobody ever compliments
Okay.
my hair.
You
Just
literally
look
got a
at
comment last stream about like the look at all the great beards.
Yeah.
Let me have this one.
That's fine.
it. I showed
No, we are in perfect like ratio sync right here.
L ratio plus.
Where's the Rizzler?
He's dead.
Rip.
He did die.
He didn't even,
He did die.
He didn't even survive a session.
It's true.
I looked
Hey,
up-
thank you, Lizzie.
That's
for
mostly
this up.
because I did not feel safe leaving him alone.
I have 18 months of subbing. I have less than Bobbert because apparently I switched a card at one point and I forgot.
Yep.
How do I see how long I've been subbed?
It'll tell you streak when you sub.
We'll see who's been
oh yeah,
the
we should
real
make badges.
supporter. Yeah, we should probably do that. Yeah.
Probably. At some point, though.
I found a monster that I can summon called the Riffler.
No, you did not.
It is a CR5 Fey creature that is specifically obsessed with decks of many things.
What is it? A river?
I liked the dolphin better, but sure.
Oh yeah, I
I've
also
right
found,
The dolphin was pretty good.
I think it was, Dolphin Delighter.
What?
That
You
was
know,
what-
knowing
that's what
what
I had
know
to
about
put,
dolphins in general, that's kind of fucked up.
That's when I had to put my glasses on to read. When I saw a dolphin, I was like, hold up.
Yeah,
A
it is.
Riffler.
It is a dolphin, like, creature that I can summon that is called a Dolphin Delighter.
It's just Palafin,
They,
baby.
I feel like the Riffler really needed to just like shred a guitar.
He's obsessed with magic cards,
Destiny and fate.
and I think we could give him a guitar.
How about we wait till your newest friend expires and then we'll talk about it?
I'm planning on it, dude. I'm only summoning evil Fae from here on out. That's why I went to Quickling. I was like, you're awful, right?
I hope I don't get attached to this one because I feel like I'm getting attached to this one.
This one might
It
be
says
attached
more
to
about
you.
you.
I just like
And
He
Colby at
steals
this point.
teeth, bro.
You're the only one that has.
So cool.
But you're the only one that has nothing to fear because you don't have teeth.
Yeah, he can clean out my graveyard.
You can take your feathers.
Oh no.
Oh god.
This guy's gonna be so good at macaroni art.
He comes up one day really
I'm
proud
just-
of a sheet of paper
I'm
with
just
a bunch of
picturing-
teeth on it.
I'm picturing
Like a sunshine
that
and then blood.
horrible Family Guy skit where it's the Tooth Fairy. And he just walks in and he throws teeth on the pot. And he jumps on and makes an angel. He's like, oh.
Oh yes, that was an old one.
Yep.
No, I immediately went to like the 5-year-old fridge drawing, but he like filled in the teeth on the characters with actual
Perfect.
teeth.
I want to draw like a stick figure with like.
Maybe
I was
that's
about to say, if you ever wanted to draw his fan art, start there.
maybe that's how we give him the teeth hits, is we draw a picture of who we want him to go. and
And then he has to.
we have him pin the teeth on.
And there's we mark off spots.
In the
so
teeth on the macaroni art.
Yes, there's blank spots, and when he fills out one person, he gets a gold.
And that's the worst because if we're doing like a front view, they're just gonna be missing like all of their front teeth.
You give him like a picture once a month, and he has to make a full smile. So he just has to keep snatching teeth from that one person all month long.
This is fucking cursed.
I know.
This is like some like Brothers Grimm fairy tale tooth.
Hey man,
shit.
we didn't bring the teeth guy into this, but if now that he's
Also-
here, we might as well just send him.
Okay,
This
but
has
to
the
be
same
fair,
energy as your teeth or bees.
Yep.
Sayo also didn't bring the teeth guy into the equation. I brought up the teeth. Styx brought up the teeth.
He still summoned a teeth guy.
I don't think there's anything about them being teeth guys. He just heard gold for
you
teeth, and
literally
now
have a
he's a
tooth
tooth
fairy.
guy.
No, he brought up the fact he could take teeth.
Did he bring it up?
No.
He didn't?
I'm pretty sure
Oh.
I brought it up because I was like, oh, teeth are cheaper than gold.
Yeah, no, he did.
Well then. Sorry, I was having an aneurysm that entire conversation. So.
I think you were having it. Kexx was having an aneurysm that entire session.
3 weeks from now, we're gonna go up to our office and be like, "There's been a new bounty put out for recent disturbance in Guildborough, codename Tooth Fairy."
Well, I now have a one-shot for viewers to play.
The
Where they
Riffler
have-
or the Tooth Fairy?
The Tooth Fairy.
They have to capture. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't
He's our tooth fairy.
1 week from now, it's like, yeah, your guy just doesn't come back to you. You don't know why.
Oh, thank God.
Alright, time to move up to an Oddlewin.
All right. With that, welcome back. We took our break, talked about teeth. We'll see if Manny keeps that in or not. I kind of hope they do. It was pretty funny. But before we left off, we picked back up with Alyssa and what they were doing during. Wow.
I'm all out, Andrew.
I'm Billy Ferrickson.
Billy Ferrickson. What they were doing
There we go.
while the rest of our friends were doing a legal case, which was investigating. You took a moment, went over to Morgan's old place, wrote a very kind note to Max and his family, essentially attaching some sentimental value with Winston and a amulet that you found, getting it to basically speak in Morgan's voice. That way when they got it, they would hear that and understand what had happened. Very beautiful.
Sent to an amulet of health.
Yeah, you could have just kept it and had, like, Con of 19, but I guess we're not doing that.
An actual amulet. No.
No.
I thought that was just a joke, and I was like,
It was.
actually
From there, you left with Narsh to go over to Sunhome and investigated, found that Hilda was trying to figure out why she could not raise people back from the dead, considering that's kind of what she do. One of the many things that she do. And found out that anything hit with the blue flame of Soul Flame does not come back on a resurrection. So, you watched as she raised up Totenstein, a earth elemental celestial being from the god of Dumathan, correct?
Dumathoin?
Dumathoin, thank you. Dumathoin, the Dwarven god of death. that the two of them had a conversation about where they found out all that information. After that, you spoke with Hilda. You guys shored up Eldeconan's tower in Sunhome to make sure it didn't fall over while you were investigating. Spoke for a brief moment about what you guys wanted to do going forward. Split up. You and Narsh went up to go investigate Eldeconan's tower, finding quite a bit of like hidden information in her desk, correlating to something called the Cabal, as well as that she was given legal permission by Capital Louvois to execute the capture and cessation of sorcerers to be used within the experimentations done down below Sunhome, and that those experimentations, as well as the black site that you were kept in, were top secret, and that most Boros members did not know about it in the first place. You also found a twinned journal, one linked to one Emperor Endwin.
What is his name? Does he have a first name?
Emperor.
Or
No. He has one, I actually don't remember it off the top of my head. It's somewhere in my files. So not important for now.
Okay.
So while looking into that, you messaged him back a few times, basically saying, hey, as if you were Eldeconan, saying, hey, I'm mostly okay. Meet me here with the delegation, and we will speak more in person. He asked you if this line was essentially okay, and if you were okay to speak to, and you said only in person. With that, he said, all right, I will meet you there in a week with the delegation. And the journal you had burst into purple flame. Narsh being very concerned that we just... we're bringing him here. Awesome! Concerned, a little bit scared, as you guys realize you probably need to hurry on back over, not only just to New Prov for Kexx's arraignment, but also so you can probably get in contact with the rest of the guild leaders and see what exactly is going on and what preparations you can make within a week. So, with that said, Alyssa, you're making your way back into New Prov after a few hours, going through the city streets, getting there, back through Plaza East, that nice looking commerce district, then going through Whitestone, all the way up to New Prov itself. You see a bunch of construction happening to the Pillar of Justice, where the actual litigation, everything's happening that you know about. You kind of charge in there at the same time that Kexx and the rest of your friends are walking down with one white linen suit man and a retinue of guards.
Does he look familiar?
Did you meet Jeb? I don't know if you've met Jeb.
Yeah, there's a message from you.
Message to answer.
I don't think so. I don't think you know him.
Okay.
I can be corrected later, but I don't think you were around yet for when they ran into him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll run up and join my friends.
Alright, as you begin to run up, the Azorius guards start to make a wall around these people. And up until, I'm assuming, the rest of you guys tell them to, no, it's okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Hi,
There you
Alyssa.
Hi, nice entourage.
Thanks. We found a lawyer and Kexx.
I was hard to find. Everybody knew where I was.
I'm gonna look over at Jeb and be like, I might need to talk to you. And then I'll look back.
Always wanted to make a deal.
Don't make a deal with him.
No, she's one of us.
No, yeah, she's one of us. That's...
Why do you need to talk to...
No,
I'm not saying anything out loud because that's a good way to get in trouble.
She is a smart lady.
I still took it personally.
I'll have you... you guys want to keep pace towards the back? Have a chat while we're walking down? Is that okay? Is Aglar,
Yeah, Imperator Aglar is there, as well as Arbiter Creed, who is kind of standing behind you guys, kind of just like, we need to move along.
Yeah, let's keep moving. If Aglar, is that okay if they talk towards the back?
I can't tell your lawyer what to do and what not to do.
I'm just making sure it's fine that they follow us down.
How much for a consultation, Jeb?
Consultations are free, but besides that,
Okay. I'm gonna like take him to the back of the line and kind of just like whisper in his ear and like this is exactly what happened.
The moment he says consultations are free, my head snaps over to him.
I gave you legal advice. That's different than a consultation. Consultation, you tell me what you need, and then from there we discuss.
Very well.
Good point.
Technicalities.
I live by them.
God.
Please, as you guys go to the end of the line, you start to fill him in.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly are you filling him in on? What do you mean by everything?
So I know that like a consultation means that like I'm covered by attorney-client privilege, so he's not going to like repeat any of this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to tell him everything, including the details that I found inside of the desk.
Air high five. Yes, somebody else did it.
Do the two of us overhear this as it's happening?
Oddly enough, no.
Mm-hmm.
There is a weird moment where she gets within a certain vicinity of him, and it's like sound stops.
I see their lips. There's just no sound coming out.
Oh, I can read their lips.
Also a reason he wears a big hat and looks down.
And he hits people with the top of it.
Dim a dome.
So, as you fill him in on the investigation you've essentially been doing, right? Going over to Sunhome, what you found in the drawers and all that kind of stuff. He sees nodding along with you and goes, "That's great. That's great. That does mean that there apparently is a little bit more to do within the Azores itself, and they may want to look in on that. I fail to see how that might help him in his predicament, though."
Oh, I'm not talking about Kexx. I'm just filling you in on like all the details, and then I'm gonna tell him about like writing in the journal.
This concerning. What is the consult you need in particular?
So how do I go about talking to all the Guild's Row leaders without ending up in jail because of what I did?
Well, you most likely broke quite a few laws.
Which ones in particular?
To rattle off a few, tampering with evidence, impersonating a city official.
If the evidence is gone, they don't have any evidence.
So that's a good point.
False diplomatic delegation.
So it disappeared. So there's no.
Correct, but your friend Narsh over there was with you.
Just crack your
That and additionally, the way these magical courts work is that it's much different than some provincial town where they do not have access to the magics they do here. It is much more that you are arguing towards the spirits of the law, not the letter of the law, in the sense that most of the time they will find if you did or did not do something, just by diving into your mind. So, I didn't hear any of this.
Well,
And neither did they. More importantly.
okay.
How do you get in contact with the city officials? An anonymous report. I can do that for you. I can also say I'm representing a client that wishes to stay anonymous, and I can write a form telling them the gist of what happened. That said, as much as I can say that it's anonymous, I've kind of been hanging out with you guys all day, so maybe get out of town after that. Unless you want to be there for it, then we can argue in 10. I would say purposely impersonating
So
a city official, and then speaking.
would that person be considered a city official if they were
A fugitive?
taken over by a lich and also happen to be dead and committing crimes.
They were taken over by a lich. Yes and no. In the sense that if you're asking if Elder Conan was the leader of the Boros, she was, as she took over legally. That said, if you're saying that there was an entity masquerading as Elder Conan, and that entity was not announcing themselves under true intent and true name, then there's something to be said that they were also impersonating a city official, even though they were a city official. That does mean, though, they were still operating within that capacity. They were seen to by the Guild Pact itself and within the Boros customs. So, there's nothing to say that they were not a city official. Just one that may have broken some laws.
Okay. Well, this looks like probably my best bet is to have an anonymous tip.
I can do that for you right now. Sam, no, not you. In fact, you can go away for the day. As he shuts the book, and you just see that little, small little imp that's been padding alongside. Just
I thought you were talking to Sail for a second.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say sight.
Like,
No, then not you.
He goes, I do have contacts with legal devils, pack devils, if you will, and I can call them in for a consultation and have things properly anonymized, in the sense that most divination spells and things of the nature will no longer track back to you. Is that a route you'd like to go? It's a little bit spendy.
So I suppose what's preventing me from, I suppose just writing like a note and then just like mailing it to somebody like Niv Mizzet?
Nothing, really. The issue being that it can most likely be tracked back to you through magical means.
Well, I feel like Narsh would probably just end up ruining my anonymity anyway. So,
Let's speak with him.
You shouldn't have been down that cellar.
Who's to say that he's against you?
can I beckon Narsh over? Is that a possibility?
Sure. You gotta beckon him over. He kind of does a whoop. He lets the rest of the pack move on past him as he gets into this little bubble. And you see, as he gets in there, he's like, "Oh, it's so much quieter in here."
Yeah. So I was just consulting with our lawyer, who we'll probably be having on retainer after this, about the diary and how to best let people know.
You can't make decisions like that for me.
I know I can't, but I'm offering you that. Would you like that, or would you like to have no legal
I didn't do anything wrong.
You kind of did aid and abet me.
Bruh.
I don't need to.
Okay.
You're gonna throw me under the table like that.
I'm not trying to do that. You're just not letting me finish my sentence here. I would like to make the leaders known through anonymous means, instead of just going to them ourselves. Is that something that you're okay with, or would you prefer to have a different kind of discussion?
I don't like sneaking around.
Okay, so you would prefer if we just went and told people.
Seems quicker.
Okay.
And time's kind of the essence now.
Okay, we can do that then.
Good.
Okay.
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 Cool.
He's now very terrified of you.
Doesn't understand what's going on. To him, he's just like, I didn't do anything wrong. Why are we like?
Oh, you're gonna throw me under the bus for what?
I mean, he did, above table, he did help me with forgery.
No, you asked him if it. I mean,
A
that's
little bit.
You're right. You have a ground to stand on with
Yeah,
it.
I'm not gonna.
I'm
Push
not
him in
sure
this
how
conversation, but, like,
good of a ground it is. 'Cause you kind of just went like, "Does this look good? Yeah, it
yeah,
looks
and then
good."
I said I'm going to going to do this, and then he knew that he was helping me.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
but either way, I was just saying, like, should we do this anonymously or should we not? It sounds like he doesn't want to do it anonymously, so we'll just go do it, like, with everybody knowing, which probably works better anyway.
He's also just an NPC.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah, but we both were in prison together, so if we're both going back to prison,
We'll do it together.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not going back by myself, Narsh.
Cool. And Jab kind of like looks and goes, sorry to say it, no offense. The righteous are foolish sometimes. But do what you will.
thank you for your consultation.
You have a wonderful day.
You as well.
They walk in the same direction.
As he picks up the pace to get right back next to Kexx. You know, like, all right. Kexx, just so you're aware of everything that's going to happen, how it's going to transpire.
Is this with everybody to hear?
Yeah. He's speaking to Kexx, but you can tell this is very much for everyone, including the viewers. So you guys understand what the fuck is going on. I had to look this shit up.
Yeah, this session alone has made me realize how dangerous Andrew cooking is. He's cooking too hard with too hot of a flame, and goddamn, that shit smells good.
All right, so
Smells like Creole.
Getting toasty.
mechanically,
Oil.
there's a few different spots where you guys will have opportunities, and this will take place over the course of days. So you will have downtime in between to go do things like investigating, bring up new points, etc., etc., etc. So to start out, we have arraignment, which is basically Jeb is going to go down there and be like, hey, this guy's a goddamn hero of the city. Why the fuck are we even put him in prison in the first place? I think it's dumb that he's going to be under detainment while waiting to go on trial. And then he'll probably speak towards that.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecutor is going to be like, what the fuck? This guy's super, super dangerous. Why are we not looking at him harder?
Yeah.
And they're going to fight about it.
Both points are extremely valid.
So, depending on how that all goes and who comes out on top, depends on what your bail's going to be.
Oh.
If you need to pay one at the moment to be under your own arraignment, not arraignment, not the word I'm looking for, but basically be out to your own devices, whether or not they're going to trust you to stay in town.
Right.
Is bail returned typically?
'Cause they
as
can't
long as
really-
everything is-
Because they know the tattoo thing doesn't work.
Exactly. They can't hold
Not
you
while
down.
I'm around, motherfucker.
Well, that's not what killed me.
Did everything I could. Wait, is that how bail works? Like, if we post bail for the arraignment period or whatever, and he goes to trial, and then whatever happens, is the bail returned, or is that just money to the win?
That is between you and whoever you're borrowing money from.
Yep.
So
Or
just
bail.
like in real life, there's a bail bond system, and the general rule is that you need to put 10% of it up, and then they will put up the rest. You're still borrowing that money.
Mhm.
So if the bail is 100,000 gold, you need to put up 10. They'll give you the rest. You still owe 90,000 gold. So, just like that. Hey, thank you for the sub, by the way. All right. So, with that, after that all goes on, there's going to be the actual day of the trial itself. There's going to be opening statements. So prosecution will go, then the defense will go. Then after that, there's going to be an introductory of evidence, where basically you guys are being like, all right, these are the people that we are going to want to call on. Here are the physical pieces of evidence that we want to give to the judge to look over, etc., 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 right? After that will be interviews. So those people that you brought up earlier that you want to examine, and like character witnesses or physical witnesses, things like that, even experts in some of the fields, this is when you call on them. And again, I'll go prosecution first, defense after, and then it'll be closing statements. While we are going on with this, I am stealing from the Dagger Heart system because I liked it so much. The countdown system. Basically what's going to go on is that we're going to use a d20 starting at 10. You guys want to count up to 20. The prosecution wants to count down to 0. There will be a set of skill checks. If your If your skill check is 5 or over the DC, then you're gonna move it 2 points.
Are we going to be rolling with D12?
No,
Okay, just D20s, but with the countdown system. Okay.
Yep. I didn't want to mess with the actual balancing of your guys' skill checks.
Thank you.
That's the whole point you guys built your characters for.
Yeah, I unbalanced them for a reason.
A success or above the DC, or 4 above the DC, there's going to be a count up of 1. If you guys fail the DC, it's going to go down. And if you fail in -5 or under, it's going to go down 2.
Okay.
Almost like a critical failure.
Exactly.
Does it have to get to 0 or 20 for a resolution, or does it need to end on either side?
So it's starting at 10 because it's presumed innocence.
Okay.
So there is a scale of how well you did that will go into sentencing, right? Because you're already pleading guilty to some of these.
Yep.
So it really is a matter if you're at 10, it's like, cool, you're probably not going to get got for a lot of the bad ones, but they are still going to probably give you some jail time for the ones that you pled guilty to. Okay. Period.
Just real quick, I'm making some super quick notes if nobody else has on which ones are guilty.
I have not had the opportunity to make notes of stuff that I am affiliated with yet.
Guilty, what is he pleading guilty to? It would be espionage?
Espionage, impersonating an official.
Hold on, I got it.
I think there was 2 or 3. I don't remember exactly.
Attempting to bust it down.
Espionage, impersonating an official, lying and perjuring on a federal form, theft of city property, and violation of vigilante clauses.
What was the theft of city property?
Because you weren't actually who you were claiming, all the Azorius property you have on you was technically theft.
Fair enough. Okay. That was the only one that I didn't know, like what the official ruling was.
So your original armor, the original Azorius signet, things like that, were all considered theft.
So was the jaywalking thrown out?
Yeah, Jeff got that thrown out just by talking to Creed.
They're like, I think we have more important things to... okay, what is he pleading not guilty to?
Not guilty to treason, conspiracy of murder, terrorism, assault, murder of an official, and that's it.
Which are all the really bad
Okay,
ones.
so treason, conspiracy of murder of an official, and...
Terrorism.
How could I forget terrorism? That's our thing.
Yeah, come on.
Terrorism.
Oh, God.
That's what started off the whole campaign. Was acts of terror.
The wings of terror.
Okay. So for espionage...
No longer are we
Change the
broken.
name.
So for espionage, it was because he is a Demir, impersonating... By the way, this is above table.
Yeah.
Espionage, because he was Demir, acting as Azorius. Impersonation of official, same thing, basically. Lying and perjuring on federal form. All of this has to do with him being Demir.
Yes.
Yes.
And while my memory was wiped, so that's the ground that they're going to stand on.
Okay.
But I still admitted to doing it, so it's more of a...
So treason would be acting as a Demir in against Guild's Row, right?
Correct. Because
Okay.
technically, while he was in Azorius, he didn't do anything bad.
No. He was working under the Azorius.
Yeah, he just fed information
Okay.
to other city officials.
That's the
Yeah,
major
other
thing
parts
is
of the
like
guild.
I did not
Yeah.
technically, other than
So that's
just
not treason.
lying. Other than lying, I didn't do anything like I didn't. The Demir didn't say like, "Hey, go slit this guy's throat in his office and then blame it on somebody else."
Yeah,
Like,
you
I
weren't-
didn't-
you weren't
I
an
didn't do that
assassin.
shit.
You
I was
were
just
narc.
just an informant.
So was he really impersonating an official? If he was just
Yes.
a double official?
That's a great argument to make.
Conspiracy of murder was conspiring to murder Yolov? Or,
Yes.
Okay.
Yolov murder all the people inside the tavern that
And
were
then
killed,
murder of an official would be Yolov.
and Morgan.
Morgan, that is...
It is partly my fault for putting her in that place in the beginning.
Which is the conspiracy of murder.
Yes.
So conspiracy of murder is for Yolov and Morgan. Same thing with murder of an official. And then terrorism is all of Sunhome?
Yolov is dead because I said who lives or dies.
So he signed Yolov's
That's
execution warrant.
Um,
And as well as because he gave up his blood willingly
Yep.
to the vampire down there, that then gave Demir the information to leak to other people.
Yep.
Meaning, the attacks and everything on Sunhome, which they now knew about ahead of time, which Alyssa can now actually corroborate. All the attacks that happened, including the meteor swarm that Eldaconan used while picking up pieces of apartment buildings, are now considered terrorism. Because it's no longer military against military, civilians were intentionally involved.
Once they had his blood, they got all of his memories and knew the entire building.
Yep.
Like the moment she got out of that building, we were done.
Yep, and that was my fault for not thinking that she could be connected to our enemy.
I just wrote in a journal. So.
And
You're getting community service. Like what?
I just wrote in a journal, you know.
I can't even look at you right now.
We'll get to the end of the week and we'll figure out whose choices were actually worse.
We spent the entire break comparing the two questionable choices, with a few people roasting Lizzie a little hard. Just like, all I did was write in a journal. This dude committed terrorism.
Still taking the fall for...
And also, we still don't know the repercussions of that quite yet. We just know the repercussions of Kexx, which is why he's in the court right now. Okay, so I have notes on what is guilty, what is not guilty, so I can kind of try and figure out, because this is going to take a little while, like actual in-person game time. So
when they call me up, I'm just gonna try to be there and look pretty, you know.
Yep.
You do that very well.
That's
And
wow.
don't...
You're gonna woo them. You're gonna be like, oh. They're gonna be like,
That's the hope. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, with that,
Who is the prosecutor?
you don't know yet.
Let's try and find out.
You haven't met him yet.
Who could it be?
We're gonna find...
Bartleby.
And once we get this rolling again...
No! Why did you say that? You got too excited.
Fuck. I wish.
Jeb and Bartleby dueling it out in the courtroom.
Two halfling lawyers going at it. Two morally ambiguous halfling lawyers.
Yep.
No.
Oh, man. Gosh, sorry, that one got me. Great pull, I love that. But yeah, as you all continue down the steps into the actual courtroom itself, there is this very large marble pillars off to one side as these doors open up. A large courtroom before you with multiple rows of seats. You see there are quite a few people actually here for this arraignment.
Anybody I in particular recognize that I wouldn't expect being there?
You wouldn't expect being.
Wouldn't expect. This is not my first rodeo seeing this kind of proceeding. But
Yes, Tolosaval is there.
Interesting.
Tolosaval, there are a few different hags, and there's even a couple of Medusa that actually have like bonnets put up, so their snakes are down.
Interesting. Okay. All over the place.
On top of that, there's what look to be, for lack of a better term, Gruul shaman.
Okay.
That are sitting in the back of the courtroom. They don't look aggressive, they just look very out of place.
Yeah.
They're wearing like leathers, like rawhide clothing. Some like there's
A bit of midriff showing.
Who let you in?
Exactly.
Who let you in the fucking door? They probably feel out of place.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little uncomfortable. They're like...
Amongst them, there seems to be people you don't know personally, though you can tell like kind of who they're associated with just by how they're presenting themselves. There are Orzhov functionaries, there are Azori's functionaries, Simic hybrids are sitting within the courtroom itself. You can tell that you've very much touched Guild's Row in your time with the Broken Wings, as there's quite a turnout.
There's a lot of interest in seeing how this goes.
So as you're walking by, just keep your head down, keep your head down.
Yep, I'm just...
Don't look anybody in the eye, especially not the fucking snake lady.
Yep.
All right.
I have a friend that did that.
Styx is gonna look just for any of the guilds that we either participated in the guild pack with or have cross paths with since then.
Sure. Sentinel is there. Got in the guild pack with him.
Oh boy.
You see that there is. Oh, I'm forgetting her name.
The orc.
No, the priestess lady.
The Raven Queen priest.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's there.
I think I have her name.
Yes.
Hold on. I think I have her name.
Shadow Dusk.
No, different one.
Oh.
I think I have her name.
The one you met specifically at the guild pack games.
Oh, that's a.
Oh, that
Long,
one.
long
I thought you were talking about the one I've been
No.
talking with.
Nope,
recently.
not the Shadow Archive.
Never mind.
No, she's like an Earth Genasi. Speaking of Earth Genasi, though, there's also Doshana Shao.
Yep.
Is there. She's a member of the Orzhov that you see has apparently remade it into good standings, as her clothes are back to being resplendent.
Ellie?
Ellie and her group are there, yes.
Was that the necromancer we ran into when we went into the...
She was not a necromancer.
Oh, no, she was one of our earliest jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's what it was. Okay.
Well,
what is the overall?
Zach was there for that one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
No. What is the overall vibe like?
Sad.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about...
Solemn?
Anxious.
Like, do I even have to roll? Or is it
There's-
just people are kind of sitting like, oh, he's walking in now?
Your passive insight might be good enough.
Yeah, it really is. It's like as soon as you open, the doors open up and you guys start to walk through with Kexx, you see all eyes
A lot of
are turned on you.
fiddling, a lot of knee
Walking in and you're
tapping.
like, damn, feels like everybody's in a corner.
Why is everybody wearing
Oh.
black? Uh-oh.
So, as you're walking on by, there's even people taking portraits that are rapidly drawing and painting. Um,
Oh god.
That's
The
you.
person that's
Fortune.
sued for them to stop making sketches of her. That's fucking hilarious.
You look like some Picasso avant-garde shit.
as you pass through, it's anxious.
Okay.
There's a lot of confusion. Some people are confused why he's even here.
Because we're technically heroes.
Well, on both ends.
Well, to the common folk, the common man, so a lot of people in here,
Yeah.
they don't know
What
I
he
he's...
did.
Yeah, they don't know that he's Brenton. They think he's Kexx.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I see...
Or rather, other way around, sorry. They know him as Brenton. They don't know him as Kexx.
Yeah.
Do I notice anybody's body language, like, particularly when we walk in? Like, does anybody seem to have any particularly strong reactions towards our appearance?
There's a certain smugness coming from Talasaval.
Okay.
Of course.
Is there an
Um,
open seat next to her?
She does pat. She looks at you, pats the seat next to her.
Take my hat off for a second.
And particularly strong, yes, in the sense they're confused. They don't get why a hero of Guild's Row is going up on the stand at all. So
Right.
that's why everyone's anxious. They're waiting to hear
Why?
what's going on.
Yep.
Was this like announced as like an Azorius official is being arraigned for these crimes? Is
The-
that why people are there?
Just me. I am going up on the stand.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but is that
But that's
why?
enough.
He's asking what the headlines were that brought people.
Yeah, like was it
Like
Azorius
extra,
official?
read all about it. Azorius figure commits terrorism and is
Murder,
responsible
conspiracy,
for
murder.
the fall of Sunhome.
The charges are about to be announced in the public.
Yeah, they've not been announced.
It's just
So it's just Azorius official, or probably be more like Yola's prodigy
And Broken Wing Associate.
and Broken Wing Associate arrested.
yeah. So here we go.
Cool. So, sorry.
Time to start sweating.
Getting to be that time of day.
Your Honor, he was capping the whole time.
No, but
Honor.
for real, for real.
No
For real,
caps.
for real.
No caps.
So
W.
If the dagger doesn't fit, you must quit.
he can change the size anytime he wants.
He can also escape anything at any time. Oh!
Instead of objection, do they
I would
shout
kill you
cap?
in front of everybody.
And then there's another charge, baby.
No, then I die.
2 for 1 special, baby.
All
Was
right.
it suicide or was it murder? The world may never know.
As you guys approach the actual court itself, the rest of you take your seats as you see that Imperator Aguilar and Trag Creed, the Arbiter, start to move forward with Kexx. Going through, they're standing side by side with him, and Jeb, few steps ahead. She's not. As you move forward, open the gates to get into the court itself. You see presiding is a very, how do I put it? A very well put together and appointed hill giant Goliath.
Okay.
She literally fills up the space of the stand itself.
Jesus.
The little gavel looks like a toy in her hands.
Do I recognize them?
Vaguely. It's not anybody that you would have dealt with in particular.
Not anybody high enough up that I'm like, oh fuck.
Correct. This is a very low circuit judge.
Got it.
Because
Okay.
all this is Raymond.
Got it. Okay.
So, as you kind of walk in and look over to the prosecutor, is a half-orc man. Salt and pepper hair kind of pulled back. You see Jeb walks over, shakes hands with him. They nod at each other. And
Jeb just cursed him in his bloodline, so this.
So it's already over. His fingers crossed behind his back.
Nani.
you see the judge stands up and goes, "Everybody please take your seats." There's a shuffling of asses hitting benches, as well as chairs getting moved out. As everybody else sits down, you see that she sits as well and looks over to you and she goes, "Kexx, or would you prefer to be considered Benton?"
Kexx, please.
Kexx. You've been charged with a litany of accusations, not the least of which being conspiracy of murder, murder of an official, as well as terrorism. These are very serious charges. And I want you to understand this. It seems though you've gotten counsel, which I would have recommended to you. Before we continue, is there anything you'd like to say to the court?
I would like to say I'm gonna kind of like side-eye Jeb, see what he kind of like.
See, he just kind of under the table.
Shake my head no.
He nods. He goes, "All right. Well."
From a standing position under the table.
He's looking up.
Yeah. I'm deferring a lot of my judgment to him
Sure.
at the moment.
Yeah.
That's fine. She nods and goes, "That's fine." Mr. Arnett, could you please announce all of his alleged crimes and speak towards what you think bail should be set to? See, the prosecutor stands up. Goes, "Thank you, Your Honor." He looks over and goes, for the record, my name is Mr. Herrick Arnett. I am a prosecutor here with the Azorians. It is a pleasure to see you all today. Who we do not see here, though, is one Morgan Lemen and Yolov Triel. And I can link that directly to the defendant here today. He's being tried with treason, espionage, impersonating an official, lying and perjuring on a federal forum, conspiracy of murder, terrorism, assault, murder of an official, theft of city property, and violation of the vigilante clauses. He's lied to everybody he's ever known. Coming forward here today. And to say that he is dangerous is a gross understatement. I would like to move for no bail, as he is a danger to society and must be kept under close supervision and watch. Thank you, Your Honor. So he takes a seat.
I knew that was coming.
She looks over at Jeb and just kind of gives him a hand motion. That it's his turn. Jeb stands up, stretch, kind of takes a few steps out in front of the courtroom. He goes, "Is Kexx dangerous?" Well, fucking course he is. He's done so much work for the city in the last day. To presume he is anything other than dangerous is preposterous. But has he ever concretely pointed the end of his dagger at the throat of our fine city? No. He's only ever worked within the bounds of our city itself, and I will prove that later on. He has admitted guilt to some things, and there are some mitigating circumstances that I would like to introduce later in my case. That's not the place here now, though. Is he dangerous? Yes. Is he a flight risk? No. He wants to stay and fight this case. He wants justice. His words, not mine. I would say that he should be due for arraignment underneath the purview of the Broken Wings, seeing as that they are Guild Pact certified already. And we may be able to fix the issues within Kexx's Guild Pact certification itself. He wrote the wrong name. Oh no, he's still been operating at it. So please, Judge, let him go for now. He ain't going anywhere. Hold on, take a seat.
Yeah, we got the right fucking guy
To
for
Andrew,
the job.
to Andrew for that.
Let's go.
You see, as she looks over these two
Southern
statements.
lawyer.
Love it.
To the defendant, Kexx. These charges are serious, though I will not lie and say that I haven't seen and benefited from what you did the other day, and what you've continued to do. Now, I have a little bit more information on some of your capabilities. I will not get into it now, but just know that I understand that you are a hard man to pin down. With that said, I also don't think that with some of the things that you've pled guilty to, you should be able to walk away without paying at least some sort of fine. So, Andrew's gonna go ahead and roll behind the table here now for the two people, because I need to make them tested. Actually, who wants to roll for Jeb?
Can I pick who?
Sure.
Colby.
Colby? Okay.
Oh yeah, keep it on that side of the table. I wonder why.
Because you keep saying something about it, Jeremy.
Gold,
I have not rolled one time all day.
Gold for Jeb or
gold,
red?
rainbow, or ooh.
I like how it went from colors to feelings.
Gold. Jeb's a gold kind of guy.
Gold like his watch.
I'm not gonna look at the number.
8.
8 on the die?
Yep.
Okay.
Plus.
Guidance.
His legal.
Bless.
If I could give him inspiration, I would. I don't think I
Ooh, can I give him Flash of Genius?
I think magic. Probably not gonna.
It's not really what. You've met the DC. Because there's a flat DC. So,
But you said there was the thing over.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you'd like to.
Okay, he can add 4.
4. So that's
12.
12
plus stuff.
plus 10.
22.
22. Which is exactly 5 over the DC for this. So that's 2 successes. So, hold on. Like, oh, wait, I already got prep.
Love you guys.
2 successes. So that puts you guys at a 12 currently. And then the other side of the aisle.
That's a nat 20.
10 on the die, plus 11, 21.
Okay.
Which moves it down 1.
Okay.
Meaning you guys are still on top.
So we're still at a positive.
How exactly do my inspirations work? that
All right.
can hear me.
So,
Maybe not doing flashy magic stuff in the front of the court would probably
Yeah,
be
I was
nice.
about to say, I think that
that's the least flashy thing I can do.
That's
So,
as you take a moment, you give him a flash of genius while he is talking. You kind of just how do you actually give him this flash of genius in the middle of his impassioned speech?
So I imagine that he's walking around in his linen suit, like addressing people.
100%.
right? So when he does that, I'm going to like pull up one of his cue cards
With your little bots.
with my little bots.
Perfect. He is such a good orator that this doesn't throw him off. Instead, it helps him as you pull up one of these things as he starts pointing to it, talking to the people as you start. Like, as I said, he was one of the people out there saving people, and there's a small portrait of Kexx in the middle of a fight against the Boros. And he's like, does that look like somebody who wants to run? No, somebody who wants to fight.
He's a goddamn Marine. He's a goddamn Guild-Row hero.
All right.
passion
With that-
lawyer.
You guys succeed, and you beat out the opposition. That does not mean, though, you do not have any bail. So with that,
Your Honor, if I may, I wrote into a journal and the Emperor's going to be here in 7 days, so it's not even a big deal anyway.
we'll have him do
arrest
the trial.
her.
Your trial is next.
Creed might just put you through a wall at that point.
Fuck you.
I'll be. Thank you, gentlemen, for your input. Kexx, your bail will be set at 25,000 gold.
We have that.
We do have that.
We'll have 4 left.
You can pay that. You can pay that in coin or writ. Though you will not be released until we have it in true. For now, we will be taking you and your lawyer back so you can discuss it.
Thank you very much.
So you move forward. Imperator Aguilar and the Arbiter still right behind you,
Of course they are.
shuffling you on through. Judge moves through as you see as Jeb walks by and goes, "Thank you very kindly, Judge." As he like pats the top of the thing. You see he actually leaves behind one of Sail's granolas.
Nice.
He didn't eat it before.
He took the granola I gave him and just gave it away. The bastard.
You're led through into a holding cell.
Mhm.
It's fairly well appointed. You actually have like a cushioned chair, things like that.
Holding, so.
Yeah, though it is shut behind you as Jeb's on the other side and goes, "All right, well, 25,000 ain't too much for folk like you.
Not that bad.
It ain't that bad. It's a lot better than I thought it was gonna be.
We can pay that out of pocket if everybody else is okay with that.
I'm going to discuss with him here shortly, or I can get in contact with some of my fellows that I know. Or if you want to keep it in-house within Guild-Row, you can also go speak to the Orsa.
We'll talk.
Whatever you want to do.
Well, I would prefer not to be in debt any further if that is amicable to my party as well.
All right, you got it. Hang tight. As the gavel was struck, you see a lot of people start to stand up and start to mill about and like talk to each other. And be like, he did what?
I just look over like, that is a lot of money. It's gonna remind us now that he's not technically a part of the...
Hey, you wouldn't know how much money we actually had if it wasn't for me.
That's true.
I mean, 20% down towards like an Orzhov loan probably isn't that bad.
You're right, we should pay it out of pocket.
We could just make a deal with Jeb, 50%, baby.
Why would we eliminate all the funds that we have if we need something really expensive to win this trial?
Like what?
Right, we'll have like 4,000 left. I don't know what more we'll need.
I mean, but also at the end of it, if like we end up like winning or whatever, and we have some of the bail returned to us, like we could just pay it off immediately because it's not like we don't have it.
At this point in time, Jeb kind of walks up. He goes, I see you're already talking about it. Kexx has wanted me to remind you, you much prefer not to go into debt into the Old Hub at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, just something to think about. I also have my own contacts that we can touch with, that may be a little bit more agreeable than the Old Hub.
I think it would be best for us to pay it and get it back at the end of the trial, as opposed to wrapping up a debt with either Jeb or the Orzhov, personally speaking.
I'll tell you right now, you ain't gonna get all of it, because he's pleading guilty to some of these charges.
I was also going to say, like,
Like
we
percentage.
do have assets in which we could take out a loan against for more favorable terms. We have a ship, we have a pride's call, which we're not going to use for that purpose.
Yeah, let's
But we
not
do
even
have a ship.
Mention that isn't his.
I don't have a pride's call.
Above table. After, if we pay the bail, we will have 6,034 gold pieces left.
Okay. Again, could we use like something as like collateral so that way we have a little bit more than 6,000 to prepare for an emperor?
I'm not here to have the conversation. I gave Jeb my instruction, so.
Okay.
He very much does not want
to
go
do
into debt.
what? To prepare for what?
Sorry, sweetheart, we're no longer consultants.
Yeah, I know. We can talk about that later, just not in front of everybody. But got some news for you.
You did say emperor, right?
I would be quiet about that.
Friendly legal advice for all of you, shut up. That's all I'll say. And you see as he turns around, hands behind his back, and goes, I think we all need a drink. Let's go discuss this.
I need more than one drink.
Beautiful, perfect.
I was
Where
supposed to
are
be
we
above
gonna
table,
go?
by the way.
A local bar or
Well, if it wasn't.
wait? Did we post to bail to get?
No, you guys are going to have a drink to talk about it.
Oh, you're still.
I'm still locked up.
The Azorius has most of our funds, so if we decide to use our funds, he'll be out now.
Yes.
That's a very good point.
I made some financial points. I don't feel like they were very well understood. So
I feel that a motivator for part of your stance is not made clear to us yet, and I feel that motivation might be important.
yes.
We got these funds.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say that we got these funds in large portion due to Kexx's ability and his contributions to our guild pack, and this we discussed multiple times was 4 things that are important. I think that this is important.
I just don't want.
They even said we're dangerous. They said he's dangerous. He can make the money back.
I just don't want anyone else to have any sort of percentage increase in what we owe them or any sort of nonsense. But I think we need to discuss the point you just made.
Yeah. Can we
Mosey
on into a place that is not going to be overheard?
Can we be in a
Go
is there a
to
consultant room? A room to consult, it's a courthouse, right?
Give me a moment. You see as Jeb kind of struts on away. After a few moments, you see he's sitting there conversing with one of the bailiffs. And after a moment, you see this giant bailiff, Minotaur man, start cackling in laughter. And it's I know. As the bailiff kind of gives a come here motion. And he goes, gonna give us a private room, an interview room, and I will use my trick from before. That way nobody will be listening on us. Alright?
Perfect.
So it's us 4, Jeb.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
Nope, not me.
Well, we also have Simon. We do also potentially have Ken in here as well.
We do have Ken. We don't have Simon.
Simon did
gone.
get sent back home.
He did get some. Okay.
So, what?
Yeah. So first, let's talk about the bail. So it's 25,000. We should pay it. I think we should take out a loan against the ship that we have, and then pay it off with that.
That sounds like unnecessary risk.
It's actually less risk.
I would.
Would I have an understanding of how much the ship is worth?
Yeah, a starter ship. You're actually way over the mark for 25,000.
With how much our ship is worth?
Yeah, it's easily in the realm of like 65,000.
Okay.
And with the upgrades that you guys have done to it,
More.
maybe more.
Can we take out equity?
I mean,
Probably not for bail.
like we're taking out like money, like that's going to give us more favorable terms, and we can just immediately pay it off anyway at the end of like it, because we have the liquid money. But I would much rather have like 20,000 to play with if we need to buy something pricey or pay somebody off.
200 point, just to throw it out there. Again, I am Kexx's representation here.
Yes.
Just so you understand, he does not want any debt. That said, the amount you will owe is going to go down because you're going to get some of the money back if everything goes right. But you're only going to get some of it back because he is guilty on some of these charges. For the record.
Yeah. For the record, the debt would be immediately paid off whether or not he wins or loses, because we
Correct.
have the liquid money.
Correct.
So it's mostly
Unless
just
we spend it getting ready for an emperor, if we want to go over that point.
Yeah, we could go over that real quick. So Narsh did this thing.
You know I'm really good at telling when people lie.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm saying it like that.
Okay.
Where we went over to Sunhome and we did some investigating. We found some documents, and I'm going to pull them out and like show you like. So this was the Black Site. This is the Cabal. This is the stuff that she was doing. She knew that we were going to be there and attacking. And basically has been preparing. There's also a chance that she's a lich, or was a lich, and there might be a phylactery somewhere, so maybe she's not out for the count. All that to say, we found a twin journal, who the recipient was her brother,
The emperor.
the Emperor.
Just out of curiosity, I'm the only one here who knows about the twin journal with Cabas, correct? Alyssa wasn't there at the time. Sail didn't come in the room.
No, Sail came in the room. B, you all had a conversation
Yeah, you told us about it.
Okay.
and she showed all of you the twin journal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before we
Okay,
continue.
I'm remembering.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
So, the journal was like, hey, heard something bad happened in Guild's Row. Are you okay? And I said,
And you wrote in it.
I wrote in it, and I made it look like her handwriting, and Narsh helped me with that. I said, mostly, Antlion Canyon. Yes, it is safe. And then he wrote 7 days, and then the journal blew up and disappeared.
Considering Kexx is going through a very, very significant trial right now, just what possessed you to do that?
Great question. I would like to have a conversation with you. And I think this is the best way to go about that.
I think we have some more important things happening right now on the home front that involve not only a very important part of our guild, but also just the future of our city.
So we have a week to be ready for the head of the most powerful military in the world to show up in Antlion Canyon.
We don't even know if
Where-
this trial is going to be done in a week.
He may or may not think that we are his sister meeting him there. That
Correct.
that
And
guy who's-
he may or may not have already... it looked like he was confused by her motives in the journal. And I'm pretty sure that she was being possessed.
by a lich or something.
Did you take any notes of the contents of the journal or keep any sort of proof of what
Well, it
was
did
in
blow up, so there's no like primary evidence, but like I am capable of writing that down.
So, Lich. Why a Lich? Like, Styx has a fair amount of knowledge.
Of their
to-
existence, yeah.
Yeah, about liches, necromancy, stuff like that. Why?
Why are
Is
you
it because she was possessed?
So specifically, when you described like how Morgan died,
Yes.
that is why I think it was a lich.
Above table.
Yeah.
It's a specific type of lich called a hierarch.
Okay. Didn't remember that. Lizzie didn't, but hierarch.
Okay, what would I know about? Would
Yeah.
I have any additional context for this type
You
of
can
Lich?
give me a religion check at advantage.
Inspire.
You can.
Guidance.
Go ahead. Add a D8 and a D4.
7.
David.
Wait, do I take your roll?
It's a D8 and a D4.
Okay. So 19, dirty 20 plus 3, 23.
23. Beautiful.
Look at that religion training. Doing something.
Alright, hierarchs are normally powerful sorcerers that forcefully assume younger sorcerers' bodies as new vessels. On top of that, with a 23, they will normally jumpstart a line of sorcerers so they can keep a stock of bodies going forward, meaning they are normally the first sorcerer in a line of a powerful bloodline. So,
Is this room anti-magic at all?
no. No, it ain't. It's not anti-magic. My hat here can make things quiet from people outside.
What about
Impressive hat.
a message? I have somebody that I'd really like to just see if they...
Send a message.
I'm going to use sending. And I'm just gonna send a message to Lolax and say, hey, how's everything going? It's been a while since we've talked. That's it.
Lolax, you can respond if you'd like.
I don't know what I'd be responding with because we haven't had any like real chats outside of like the table, so I don't know what Lolax would be up to.
The same things we talked about before, where you're basically doing research on magical blood with Matron O'Kef, and basically just hanging out.
Siphons it out of you.
Hang out with AO, and essentially teaching you about like ley lines and things like that, how to manipulate them.
Doing real good, having a great time. It's kind of crazy, like the little campus they got here. They have little like nap pods. It's pretty cozy. Haven't really had to go outside much. You know, now that I think about it, I haven't left the place in like a long time. Hope you all are doing well. Bye.
You guys are just gonna see Styx relax a little bit. Like,
Okay, good.
well, Lolax is fine for now.
Glad to hear that. Yeah.
So I guess I would relay my... Like, that was before I gave any information to everybody else, and then I'm gonna relay the information about how basically they are...
Bloodline liches.
Yes, they take the bodies of younger sorcerers. Do they... Is it like... Almost like a... One for All, where it's like they cultivate power as they change from body to body? No, they don't like
one supreme. Think one supreme being, and they have.
Think Orochimaru.
Yes.
Okay.
No, think Voldemort.
Okay.
Think Voldemort.
It was just a traditional lich with multiple phylacteries. Anyways,
Yeah.
So I would give that information over, and like from what, cause we didn't see it, Sail saw it. From what he described, the blue flames would kind of indicate this kind of like hierarch lich possibility, with also involving multiple people like Morgan.
I would say it would probably be the fact that Morgan got possessed directly after, because you knew that the two of them were cousins and they were both sorcerers. So the fact that they didn't need to wait a time period to come back from a phylactery, instead they just hopped host to host because they were nearby.
So if Morgan is dead, and Elder Conan
Would you
is
know?
dead, who would be the next sorcerer that was close to us? Because I'm assuming there's probably a range. They can't just...
Bastion?
Was Bastion in Guild's Row? Was he in Sunhome?
Hope not.
Yes.
Who knows? The one person that might, you
so-
killed. I'm just kidding.
Anyway, I think he would be interested in this information, and maybe more amenable to not starting a war against us, but instead like trying to figure out like what
So
happened.
we want to have a conversation with the
Yes.
What if
Yes.
he doesn't want to have a conversation after
Well,
finding out? he
What
was
do we
dead?
need 20,000 gold for to have a conversation with you?
Options are nice to have in situations like this.
If we need to buy out the Emperor, we might as well give him the ship instead.
Would the sticks know? Because like the head of the Boros is typically like the strongest, right? Like like an usurper. What with the Endwin Empire? Would it be also just the strongest person, or would it be more of like a bloodline thing?
Give me a history check.
I'll listen to everybody decide my fate for me.
19
Stop
minus
making stupid
1,
decisions.
18.
18.
Just had
All
a
right.
conversation about
So,
somebody else doing that.
18, you generally understand from your guys' dealings with the Boros, even the Gruul, is that they all spawn from Leon Endwin. But they took his motivations and teachings in different directions.
So the Gruul was like the power.
Might makes right. That's it.
Mine makes right. Boros is
Boros is
like authoritarian.
Might makes right, but listen to me when I tell you what to do.
Boros is more about cultivating everybody to be stronger. And to do that,
Like a brotherhood.
yes, it was supposed to be much more like a brotherhood. And to do that, they had ceremonial fights where it was not supposed to go to the death.
Think like Mandalorians.
I never watched it.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So
But
basically,
yeah, I get the picture.
they would fight to a standstill, and whoever won would get the position. It was normally done in such a way that it was just like, hey, Captain's getting old.
Mm-hmm.
We should let them go down swinging instead of just deteriorating. And
like
then they
a
can
warrior's death.
exactly, except not death. It was not
Just
supposed
fight.
to be killed.
you would just fight, and whoever won the fight.
Because I'm assuming that the
Literally beat
head,
them into retirement.
the head wants to prove their strength, so they're gonna.
Of course they're going to fight,
Okay.
yeah. And that went across all of Boros. If you wanted to be a sergeant, you kick your sergeant's ass.
So,
Like,
so from these, I have gathered that yes, the head of the Endwin Empire, the Emperor of the Endwin Empire, is going to be really fucking strong.
well, what I was about to say is that that stayed true here. Over in the actual Endwin Empire itself, they took the bloodline of Endwin as being important. So Endwin himself was wildly powerful. You guys just did research finding out that he lived for like 400 years
As a human.
as a human.
Which is insane.
Right. So his bloodline must also be insanely strong. And they also produce an unnatural amount of sorcerers in that bloodline, so that's obviously true. They are touched by the gods, and that gives them divine right to rule. So, are they powerful? Yes. But they believe they're powerful because of their blood, not because they've worked for it.
What is
Strongest.
our hierarchs?
You're Gojo because you're the strong.
Are hierarchs immortal, or is there more immortality spawned from the fact that they can haunt bodies?
Yes.
With an 18, that's what you got on your religion check earlier, right? You're not quite sure.
Oh, religion, I got a 23.
23?
18 was my history.
Still with a 23, you're not quite sure. I have some DCs written down over here.
Would the moment Morgan started being Elder Conan, was Morgan dead? I asked the person who made the roll.
No.
Okay.
Morgan's body was not dead.
It was alive when the hierarch took over, theoretically, and when Morgan died, the hierarch had to hop bodies.
Was her
Or
soul
ghost.
rare? Or
I would assume, yeah, I mean, she had to have been taken, because like a hierarch, it takes control of the body and what destroys the soul? Or has there anybody that has been taken over by a hierarch that has lived after?
Not that you know of. And with a 23, we're getting into theoretical magics.
Okay.
You're not sure.
Yeah, this is all a lot of stuff that has probably never been documented before.
Alright, so the immortal sorcerer that we thought we killed, who we thought died but didn't 2 days ago, we're gonna meet their brother in a week to tell him that they were a lich.
No, that they got taken over by a lich.
Elder Conan was a lich. She took over Morgan. She
Or-
was the lich that took over Morgan.
I'm not so sure because in the journal, it seems like he's wondering why she's doing all these different things. And I think that maybe the lich took over her at some point, and then that's when she decided to join the Boros. And that's when she went after Aurelia.
Interesting.
We need to know. Okay, to be fair, if he is also questioning it, he might have information on if there was a sudden shift.
Yeah, and I think the leaders of Guildrow would probably appreciate knowing like what we know too, and then everything will be great.
Alright, so impromptu diplomatic
everything will be
mission
great.
week.
So let's take that. Very important, right? So we're gonna put a pin, but we're gonna put it just right up here.
Yeah, just
Just
right,
right
up,
up here.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
just a
Kexx-
factor.
Kexx is
now.
right here.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. So
Still sitting in my cell.
So
So-
why, if we are going to diplomatically approach the Emperor of the Anduin Empire, why can't we pay Kexx's bail?
So I'm saying that we pay Kexx's bail,
Yes.
and we take out a loan for a temporary amount of time, and then pay it in full after the trial is over.
Does Gilzer have credit
We are
scores?
still.
Do they have credit? Yeah, 100% the Orzhov would look at your credit score.
So, we're going to pay it in full. There is no debt involved. It is just that we are taking out like a temporary loan, and it's against collateral, which is basically guaranteed because of like what it's worth.
Alright, if we want to go through those hoops, we can.
I think it would be pretty quick with the Orzhov as soon as we say, yeah, we have collateral,
Are we going...
Where is our collateral, by the way?
or even Jab if Jab wants to take collateral against the ship.
Oh, I'd love to take collateral against a ship.
No.
We're paying it. in
I'm
full.
better than the Orzhov.
We
Such a
saw
high
your
bar,
interest
love.
rates with Simon.
You all are much more intelligent than that. I would never try to do something like that. Also, listen, we got to 25 and I told him to stop.
Why
He
did
kept
you-
going.
Why did you let him?
He kept going. Why are you supposed to say no?
You tell him this is
Explain
as good
to
as
him
it
how it
gets.
actually works.
I tried. He's a little stupid.
Yes, he is.
I got him like that. I didn't make him that way.
Right now.
I would rather not use the ship as collateral. We can do that if we think it's the smartest way to go about things.
I also think that using the liquid funds is why we have the liquid funds, but
I take
understand.
gold, perpetuity. I also take favors.
We heard the spiel.
I know.
I don't want something to happen in a week or something with the trial happen that makes it so we lose the boat.
Do you think he would be interested in the rare artifact that I have?
The one we didn't tell Styx about?
Yeah.
What?
Maybe.
Hey, listen. If they didn't tell you about it and I like it, then you don't need to worry about it because then I can just take it. Sound good? Sounds good. I'd like to look at it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Before she hands it over,
Turn undead.
no, I am going to use Eyes of Undead,
Fucking yourself.
or whatever it's called.
It's been 45 minutes since your arraignment ended, alright? You're still
Eyes of the
talking.
Grave.
Fine.
Know the location of any undead within 60 feet.
Which item are you giving in particular?
It would be. What was it officially called?
The heart thing?
Yeah.
It was a Draco Lich's heart inside of a jar.
Yeah.
Would I just know what it is by seeing it?
That is a legendary item.
Just
Just Throwing it out there.
Legendary component, not an item itself.
Yeah.
Ingredient.
And as far as I'm aware, nobody here intends to do anything with a necromantic item.
I don't know what we can use it for.
So I'm looking to see if I can
I'm
actually
sure
find
Jeb
the
has
real
an
thing I wrote. Doesn't look like it off the top of my head.
Six doesn't like to deal with necromancy doesn't mean that he doesn't understand how things like that work.
You would have tried to get rid of it.
Well, maybe now it's time to do a little bit of analysis.
All right.
Yeah.
So, as you pass this floor, you use Eyes of the Grave to see if it's necromantic. 100%.
Let me guess. Something that's like blindingly, like I've probably never seen anything so grossly undead.
Correct.
Was that in your rat the whole time?
Well, kind of.
Don't worry, I like seconds. As he takes the jar, puts it in front of him, you see his eyes for a moment. There's just this yellow sulfurous that comes over as he pops the cork on it and looks down and goes. Collateral, you say?
Well, I think
Jeb, is that worth more than the ship?
To certain people.
okay.
Told you I don't lie.
To you?
Would that be enough to release Kexx from his favor?
I'd have to find a buyer.
That sounds like an issue, not an ish me.
Exactly, it's going to become an issue.
I know, but you
If
know
I can't
what
find a buyer.
you know what it's worth.
Listen.
It's fine. We can just pay the gold.
If you, I'm willing to just buy it from you,
Oh.
straight out, and give you, let's call it. See, Kexx is indebted to me for the actual lawyering, not the bail. If you want me to just pay his bail, I will pay his bail, and we'll call it a day.
Thank you.
While this is happening, can I also be inspecting?
He's not letting this thing go.
No, I'm not taking it. I'm looking at it, next to Jeb, looking at it, inspecting, putting my head down by the jar.
You see, he kind of. Hey there, Birdman.
Still not yours.
What do you? How are you looking? What are you trying to pick up?
I'm pulling the information that I would know. We were just discussing liches. Alyssa said what it was, right?
Cool. Give me a religion check then.
Okay.
That's why I was asking.
Okay, so that is a nat 20 plus 3.
Nat 20 plus 3. That is the long forgotten heart of a Dracolich that almost imperceptibly is still beating. This would be used in a ceremony to make something a Dracolich, or has been used in the ceremony to make something a Dracolich.
Styx is going to stiffen up, take a step back, and I'm going to be glaring at you just so hard. And I'm just going to flatly say, I'm not even looking at Jeb anymore. You're offering this to a demonic lawyer.
Devil.
Do you know what this does, Alyssa?
I can't exactly say, but I know it's worth a lot, and judging by the way that he's doing that, it sounds like it's worth a lot.
You use it to make Dracoliches, right? I think we figured that out.
You did.
Yeah.
What are we possibly dealing with that has almost upended Guildsrow completely?
A lich.
You know that there is a lich.
But they weren't a dragon. Right. They were a sorcerer.
If it makes you feel any better. Oh?
Maybe. Hold your words, Jeb. Styx is to walk out.
Oh, he just fully leaves. Okay.
Well, you can pass this on to him later if it makes you feel any better. Him feel any better. This would be used on something that was on the other side of the Divine Gate regardless, so you probably wouldn't see it here.
So I'm gonna repeat my question here. Is this enough to release Kexx from his obligations, and also to cover his bail?
It'd be enough to cover his bail, not for his obligations.
All right, and I'm gonna take it back,
Hands off.
and we can just pay the flat amount, I guess.
Okay.
But now we know what that's worth.
Do you want me to tell Styx that we gave the heart to him, or are we going to talk to Styx about the heart?
I think that as a gesture of goodwill, we should probably not tell him that we gave him the heart. And I think we should see what he wants to do with it. But also I have a sneaking suspicion that he's going to want to destroy it, and I think that we should
Not do that.
not do that, because I think that it would be something worth holding on to if there's anything I've learned about pieces of dragon.
I think that's fair. I wouldn't be opposed to allowing him to hold on to it if he swore to not fuck with it, just so he feels better if he'd liked.
Styx?
Yes. If he'd rather be very far away from it and not deal with it at all, we could also just keep it in the rat. I'm sorry to call him the rat. I forgot his name. McGuire. How did I forget his name?
Excuse me. Since that is no longer on the table for your friend's bail, I would like to move that along for him as I am his representative.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll pay the flat amount. Obviously, you know we have this now. Who would be the type of people to buy that?
Oh, there are
Him.
plethora.
Him.
If you want me to get you into contact with some people that may offer you a better deal, I would be more than happy and willing to do that. I would just take a small percentage.
Yeah, no, I was just mostly wondering what factions, right? And then what I was gonna do is see what the opposite buyers would maybe say for keeping that out of the hands of the other.
Right, and like I said, if you want me to get you in contact with them, I will take a small percentage fee.
I think that's entirely fair. I'm sorry we couldn't come to terms and let you walk out of here with this little guy today.
It is understandable. Don't you worry.
I think once this trial business is all packed up and we're back to somewhat normal, I think you and I do have further business ventures to discuss, though. So, maybe another day. But I think we need to talk with our friend about what we want to do with this heart, now that we've arranged for Kexx's bail.
Yeah.
Well, while you all do that, I will go facilitate that. Cool. The gold was taken as in Holden, so that will be sent off to the side. That way we can still look at it. But I think it still counts as good gold. So I will go facilitate that along with the judge and get that all figured out. Kexx will probably be out in a few hours.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Where would I go to inquire about including people into the Guild Pact license for the Broken Wings?
Well, I can facilitate that for you if you'd like.
I have no doubt that you could, my friend. Where would I go to do that?
Most likely the Guild Hall.
Fair enough.
It's probably just a form that you need to fill out, a little bit of a fine.
Alright.
Or a fee, not fine.
Would you prefer we not move forward doing that with Kexx until after the trial?
You do what you will.
Well,
if he's going to be let out under our remit, he might not want to be a part of our group.
Well, I have another question too. So, what are deputizing laws like around for guild pacting?
Deputizing laws, as in bringing people under your purview?
Yeah, so let's say that there's a random citizen and I say you get that pail of water and start throwing water on it. Are they now deputized by us?
If you pay them a portion.
Sure, and for the sake of argument, we have been paying Kexx that portion.
It needs to be in actual writing.
I see.
Is the issue. If you were to say, hey, go get me a pail of water, and after that, you guys agree that you'd be continually getting pails of water together, and you put it into writing that you're going to be getting pails of water together, and paid a fee with the legislation, then that's all fine. That is unfortunately not what he was doing.
Right, we just gave him a quarter without actually ever signing anything.
No, actually, you signed things over with Morgan, just under the incorrect name. He lied.
Ah, that's the issue.
That's the problem.
That is the falsifying documents charge that he's pleading guilty to.
If he, it's kind of like when you sign a document, anything where it's like, are there any names you go by other than this? Like, wouldn't that still just be...
The whole point was I was operating under a false identity as a government official.
He would have had to list Kexx as an alias
Yes.
on the
So-
form for
Yeah.
account.
But would that mean that he's still part of the guild? Still.
It's part of the Demir.
Not legally.
No, our guild. Like, the
Yeah,
guild.
not legally. Because I signed it as Brenton of the Azorius Guild when I'm not that person.
We don't need to get into all that. I just wanted to know if there's deputized and stuff. So we literally can never ask anybody for help, and we have to do it by ourselves.
We can ask him
Well,
for help, but
that's
it's
not
not
true.
part of our crew.
Yeah,
They're just not protected under vigilante clauses in the same way.
yeah. So we shouldn't.
We
Which
got.
is why
We
he'd
have to
be-
do the fighting.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the whole point of the vigilante clauses.
Okay.
That and the vigilante clauses only apply on when you're actually on a guild pack mission from the guild pack. You can't just randomly do it. You don't randomly get to go out and choose who to fight.
I don't think we've done that.
From what I can tell, you only walked that line a couple times.
We try to let people swing first.
Exactly.
It's so-
Defense is always defense. So,
Okay.
with that, you see he takes his hat off, and all of a sudden you can now hear the outside of this room.
Okay.
Sticks, you can now hear their murmurings and things like
Sticks,
that.
come
What you would do.
back.
Oh, I walked out of the courthouse.
Birdie, come back.
The courthouse, not just the room.
Yeah. No,
Oh.
I'm like outside.
Okay.
Sticks.
We'll go find our bird
He nods.
while the little man gets our kicks.
All right. It's going to take a couple hours for everything to process anyways. So, as you guys leave the courthouse and kind of go looking for Sticks. Sticks, what are you doing right now?
How far is what is this district again? New Prov. How far is New Prov from Selesnya?
From Selesnya, if you wanted to just get into the edges of it, it'd probably be like 15-minute walk. But all the way back to Beast Haven would be about 45.
Do we ever determine where Hollow's Gate was in Selesnya?
It's right underneath V2 Gazi.
So it's fairly low. How far? Oh, so that would still be
That's
45
that's
minutes.
About the same distance. Just different
A
direction.
little bit longer, actually.
Near where we are there any either Churches of the Raven Queen or Churches of Kelmbor?
Yeah. The Ebon Feather Sanctuary is not that far away, actually.
Okay.
It's around It's around inside of Whitestone, so it'd be 10 minutes.
Okay. I would be heading to the Ebon Feather.
All right, you got it.
That's the one that I frequent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that is Raven's Queen, correct?
Yes.
One of the places I plan on going as soon as I can.
We'll step out of the room, not see Sticks. We'll step out of the building. Do we see Sticks?
You see the tail end of Sticks walking down the street.
Too
His
far
little
away
tail
for-
feathers strutting.
Too far away for a message.
Yeah.
He keeps walking. Destination in mind.
Sticks, we didn't sell it!
It all comes full circle eventually. I get shit for acting like this. Eventually, everybody else does it.
I've never done anything wrong. Sticks, we were gonna give it to you!
I'm gonna keep walking.
Alright.
I'm not gonna stop until I get to the Ebon Feather, basically.
Do you want me to go get him?
No.
No, don't go get him, Ken. Just let him know that we still got the thing he was upset about, and we were thinking about giving it to him to keep safe after we talk about it all together as a group. Kexx is gonna be let out in like a little bit, so we can come meet him.
Too many words, okay.
Remind me to write things for him in the future.
Jeez, man.
You see, as you're walking, Kinjar runs up to you and goes like, hey.
Is he like in front of me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and step on him.
What the hell, man? I just got a message.
And I have places to be, Kenjar.
I'm not trying to stop you, I just wanted to talk.
You don't want to talk.
I want to deliver my... They weren't going to sell the thing. They didn't sell the thing. Your buddy's getting out. I don't remember the rest.
Thank you. I'm gonna keep walking.
Where are you going?
the place where... And then I'm just gonna, like, shake my head. And then walk away.
The place.
I love this.
Knowing that he said, like, 5 words and then was, like, forgot the rest, I was like, there's no point in
I like
talking.
brooding sticks. I like it.
He runs back up to you and goes, he's going to the place.
The place.
That's all he said.
Eats a tooth.
Tell you what. We are going to start walking in that direction as well. If you want to follow him, tell us where he went, put us in that direction, and then when we meet up with him, you can fuck off for a little bit.
Follow him, tell you where he went.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we want to start walking that way, Alyssa, or do we want to wait for Kexx?
You can't see him even with your perception.
I think that we should
I thought that was a 20.
wait for Kexx because there's no other way that he's gonna like know where we're going, and I'm sure that he would appreciate being up to speed instead of just needing to find us and then being like, oh great, everybody's fighting.
If we need to get him up to speed, I got the fastest little friend in the West.
I think that it's nice to have a friend waiting for you when you get bailed up.
Alright.
He's 10 blocks down.
You make a good point.
Should we do it again?
He's 11 blocks down.
At least he's not bored.
I just
Did
did a whole
tell you
lap
about-
this time!
I tell you about Ken. You meet Ken yet?
Seems lovely.
The little blob
Yeah.
in the air. Yeah. He's pretty cool.
The next lap, he comes back with a tooth and hands it to Sayon. 1 gold.
Money.
So, as you all sit around waiting for Kexx to post bail, takes a couple hours, but eventually he does come back.
I know how I feel.
Well before that, you do get told that it was, bird friend went to the bird place. Like, yeah, I don't know, like dark feathers, like,
Dark feather bird place.
yeah.
Gotcha.
You about Simon level intelligence.
Alright. Well, if you want to go smoke with the homunculus for a little bit, we'll be hanging out here for a while.
Lame. I'm gonna do something cooler.
No. If he comes and brings me teeth while I'm brooding, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed.
Like you aren't already.
You rolled for teeth. God damn it.
Rolls for teeth.
So, Alyssa, that's Ken.
Yeah.
He steals teeth. Very fast. He's from the Unseelie Court. Kind of an asshole. Cursed by Mabe, the Queen of the Winter Court.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm not gonna feel. I look around for him.
He's hovering in the wings.
Okay. I will send message, which is not able to be heard by anybody other than who I'm sending it to. I'm gonna feel a lot less sad if he dies than when Saffron died.
Yikes. That's I wonder how you feel about the rest of us.
Oh, I don't sleep a lot.
Alright. At this point in time, Kexx, you walk back out to see your friends with a heavy emotional silence as they kind of just stare at each other for a moment. Sans Sail, or Sticks, sorry. Jeb kind of just goes, I don't know what your other friend there is, but I have some work to go do. You're under their remit, so
Thank you very
just
kindly.
do not leave. I will tell you right now. Creed gets word that you're not actually in it. If you're not with Sayu or Sticks, they will turn you into dust as best they can. Not to say they'll be successful, just how best they can.
Understood. I don't plan on going anywhere.
He gives you a pat
Thank you.
on the elbow and goes, alright, I got work to do. He turns around and goes back in there.
Thank you, Jeb. Kisses.
Yeah.
All right.
Toodaloo!
Why is Styx not here?
So
So
Alyssa had the very bright idea of trying to buy you out of your favor.
Don't mention the other thing without some layer of protection.
Yeah.
The other.
You remember that thing we did?
Hold
with
on.
Sticks?
1 second. Boop, boop, boop.
Oh, we're
Now? What?
Okay, yeah, now we can talk. As long as nothing can read our thoughts.
All right. So to maintain some level of security, you know that thing we didn't tell Sticks about
That thing.
in the canyon? We offered it as payment to Jeb. It wasn't enough to buy you out of your favor.
Why?
It was.
Why? But we had the money. Why did we tell more people that we had that? Why?
They wanted to take out.
We obviously
collateral
didn't
against the
go.
ship.
We obviously didn't go that route, and we
But-
just paid it. We were exploring
an-
options.
That's another person that knows we have it.
Yeah, he likes us.
Yeah,
Yes, but that
you literally can't tell anybody because we're under client-attorney privilege.
You guys are leaving out how Jeb laughed for the first time seeing this thing.
Yeah, he was very happy to see it, which is concerning.
yeah, that exactly.
True joy for once in his life.
Okay, we're not gonna dive.
Nice guy.
Just I'm not one to talk. Maybe not the best idea in the world, but we're gonna table that one. We're gonna table that
Yeah.
one. Why? But why did you do that in front of Sticks?
I was trying to see if there's a way we could get you out of your predicament, and apparently it's not worth that. So whatever you're going to do as a favor is going to be real bad, my dude.
I am aware.
But we'll help you with that when we get to it. Sticks went to the Raven Queen Temple to be.
Wonderful. I
Busy.
wanted to go there anyways.
Dope. Let's go.
Guess we're all going to church.
I don't know where Ken is.
Take me to church.
I don't really even know who Ken is, so I met him once and looked at you and said, Sayil, what did you summon now?
Oh,
And you gave me no description.
You
You
haven't met
just
Ken?
said, this is Ken.
he's actually part of the guild pact license. It's crazy.
Yeah, we signed him to our guild pact.
He's so fast, he signed the paperwork before he was even summoned.
Just catch me up on stuff as we walk the best you can. Code word it however you want.
I think that's everything.
Oh, God.
That's everything we can talk about right now.
What's going on?
Oh! Yeah,
Yeah.
there's worse stuff. Come on, let's go.
For fun, back here,
Mhm.
I was looking over random encounter tables. I rolled something very, very good. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I need all of you to roll me a d20.
All of
Flat
us?
number?
All of you.
Flat number.
Halfling 1.
Wow.
Also a halfling one.
Right down the middle. 10.
19.
Okay. One high. What?
So,
Can somebody use
if you want to use an ambiguous dice for this, you're more
It's
than
either me or
How many do we
Sayil.
have?
Sayil, you do it.
Well,
How many do we have?
did I
I
use
think
Flash or Genius?
If we
It does
have,
not apply to this.
if we have 3, one of you. Fuck it. You guys want to reroll one?
Do you have an inspiration?
Regular inspiration would not apply for this. Ambiguous dice would.
Damn.
I will.
Can you let us know if we're looking for low or high?
Hi.
You're looking for a natural 20.
Oh.
She's one away. And it would be the best thing you could ever get off this table.
Alright, let's use the dice.
But we have to get a nat 20
You
for
have
it.
to get a natural 20.
Should we use both of them?
No. I will.
I already burned a 20.
I'll roll it again. I'll re-roll mine if you want me to. I don't care. Just
Go for it.
does
I'm not
anybody?
doing it.
All
I
right,
burned a
fuck
20
it.
today.
Fuck
I
it.
burned a 20 today.
All right, fuck it. It's going out. It's going out. Am I roll? Do I have to roll this dice or can I roll my dice?
You have to roll that dice.
Okay. All right. All right. All right.
Come on, Sam.
Nope. It's life.
So as day turns into evening and you guys are starting to walk down the streets, you see a shooting star.
Oh my... You're fucking
We
joking.
could have had a wish.
You're fucking joking.
A limited one.
Uh,
It wouldn't be world changing, but it would have been very, very good.
You know what we could have wished for? We wish Kexx was innocent.
Not something to that effect.
too
What?
much.
That's
pretty
too much.
limited.
But like
We wish
A
Nick
significant
Nizet
amount
came
of
back
money.
and said Kexx was his favorite boy.
something like that.
I wish the paperwork got filed wrong, and there's no way to retrial this.
Something like that.
Yeah. Oh well.
That's
We
right.
swung for it. I'm not
Yeah.
spending another dice on that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's
Fair
crazy.
enough.
That's okay.
No, now that you told me what it is, I'm gonna spend more.
In fact, for that one, you can thank, even for the chance of it. Sorry, looking
That's
for
good.
it.
That's
You can thank I'm a Gaiman, also known as username still unavailable.
a username.
Yes, username.
You are the goat for
Thanks,
getting that
Gaiman.
random encounter on the
Alright.
board.
God.
It's okay.
You just gonna give me this one?
I'm a disaster today, dude.
I can't
All
believe
right.
the 19 does nothing.
It was so close. It was so close.
Andrew's butt puckered him.
I was so excited for you guys. Are you kidding me? I was just like, oh, it's gonna happen.
One time.
Expanded crit range.
Yeah, if you're a champion fighter.
You were almost.
What about-
you're half of that. You're a fighter.
So,
I don't get advantage on rolling for wish.
with that, you guys continue down to the Ebon Feather, the cathedral-esque. Not even cathedral-esque. It really is just a cathedral, dedicated to the Raven Queen itself. The last few times you guys have gone there, you've noticed that it's been getting cleaned up, a little bit beautified, almost like they're trying to encourage the Raven Queen to come back to talk to them. Maybe they weren't worshiping correctly. Maybe they weren't giving enough, right? Maybe that was it. But as you get there, it is immaculate. The trees are pruned, the bushes perfectly cut. Every piece of gold filigree and stained glass have been polished to a bright shine, even in the dwindling light as it is turning back into dusk. As it turns into dusk and the sun is setting behind you guys, you can feel this is the right time to come. This is when this place was designed to be its best. Sticks. You're a little bit ahead of your friends. You've been sitting in here for a couple hours now. What have you been doing during that time?
Was Priestess Shadow Dust there?
Always there. Lives there.
How crowded is it?
Very quiet. There's only a few parishioners there. Actually, no, sorry. A lot of people just died recently. There's a lot more there than normal, but it's definitely not full.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna mark off 5 gold and put that in the parishioner's goblet or cup or plate. When I walk in, do I recognize anybody other than Shadow Dust? Any people that may have been to other either Raven's Queen or Churches of Kelmore, or that I know are practicers of the faith or part of the guild pact, or do I just think that it's like mourning?
A, there's a lot of mourning going on. B, you do see the I feel bad for forgetting her name. I went and looked through my notes and I can't find it. I'm gonna have to go re-listen to the episodes. The Raven Queen cleric
Yes.
from the Guild Pact games.
Yeah, the
Actually,
one.
wait, was she Kelmore or Raven Queen?
No, she was Raven Queen.
Yeah.
I don't think I've run into any other Kelmore devotees.
Yeah, it was one that
You met one, Portia.
Yeah.
She ran her own little place.
Oh, that's the only Kelmore in like the whole like northeastern section of Guildsrow, right?
Yeah, one of. It's a fairly large church. Then you also technically have another part of your own.
Mhm.
But I feel bad for forgetting her name. She's not on my NPC list. I should have updated it better. So,
it's a long time ago. So
yeah, it's 2 years ago at this point.
yeah. So you're fine. You could totally come up with a new name on the spot and it'd be fine.
But she is there.
Does she look like she's mourning?
No, she's kind of going about the place as if she's supposed to be there. She's working, lighting candles now that it is dusk and things are starting to change over. You see her stop for a moment and speak with somebody who is kind of crying into their hands for a couple of minutes. You see some nodding from the other person as she kind of like puts a hand on their shoulder. And just for a brief moment, you do see this kind of like silvery energy get transferred from one to the other. And then immediately her shoulders slump a little bit, as if that took quite a bit. She pats him on the shoulder and continues to move on, clocking you.
I'm gonna nod and head to the front right pew and just sit down and pull my holy symbol off of my neck and kind of set it in my lap.
She sits down a comfortable distance from you. Kind of nods. Glad to see that you fared well.
It's been a rough couple days for our city. Seems like this place has been cleaned up quite well. It was in a sad state to go by.
That is true. I grew up in this church, actually, but I think one of your friends, Brent, has been here semi-frequently, helping clean up.
Was I aware of any of that?
You were aware that he was leaving to go to the church from time to time. You even came with a couple of times. If I remember right, you guys all shared sandwiches with the groundskeeper, which I think was also named Simon.
Yeah, I spent a lot of my extra time here, and I would make an effort to spruce the place up and such.
Okay.
So it wasn't anything that I hid.
Yeah. And you helped with the flying, if I remember correctly. You flew up and got the top parts. And...
Yeah.
You helped me on
It's
one.
been a while since...
You helped me on one day.
So, I guess maybe I'll, piece together that, Brent has been, coming and cleaning up a little bit more than maybe he originally let on, and make a little note of that.
Not just him, we've had a good influx. My rotation with the Desert Dogs is currently on hiatus, so I came back home.
Is everything okay?
Everything's fine, it's just a large guild, so we have the people for it, so we move in and out, and, when one band goes out, the other band comes home, you get to rest for a couple of months.
It's nice to just be home and be in certainty sometimes. But, yeah. I don't know if you've seen or heard, but, we, have a little bit of a proceeding going on. I just was able to break away for a little bit just to come and pay my respects.
I was there.
You were.
I was hoping you'd stop by.
Yeah.
You or your friend Kexx, I guess is his real name.
Yes.
I'm not going to pry too much, but is he out on bail? Do you know?
Not sure. But, it looked like a lot of people were there to, support him, which means a lot to us.
You guys have definitely made a name for yourselves. I know you haven't been in the city too many days in a row, but you made a big name.
I've been around for a while.
Hopefully, a good one.
Definitely effective.
I mean, Jeb's whole spiel was about how he was dangerous. Kind of a little bit worrisome how much he leaned into that, but, I mean, he was just making a point that if he didn't want to be here, he probably wouldn't.
I think if you've made it into the guild pact, you're a little bit dangerous. At the very least. I think that's the whole point.
I have a question. Possibly personal.
Oh?
When the people you're close with hold something from you, when they think it is in your best interest or their best interest, it's really hard to decipher, but how do you make sense of something like that?
I'm in a unique position with my group. I know that the Endwin have this sort of model where they have like a group chaplain. That's my job. Normally, I'm in a position where I'm the one being told secrets. I have to hold on to them. Because if I don't, then nobody will talk about anything at all. Bit of confidentiality.
I feel like I've been a chaplain in a way, but nobody sees it as a good thing. And then I'm gonna tell her the story about Tulin. That's the one, right? That is no longer alive.
Correct.
I'll tell her the story of Tulin and basically just say, you know, like, I knew that there wasn't anything that we could do for him, and I wanted his suffering to end. And immediately after, like, I was told that, you know, that was a horrible thing to do, or not horrible, like, it wasn't the right thing to do, and I should have talked to them about it.
You should have. I agree you did the right thing, but your job as chaplain is to be the one that communicates the best. You should have told them what was going on. You should have told them why you felt that way. Should you have done it? 100%. That was the right thing to do. But when you see them looking over a fallen friend of their own, trying to figure out a way to piece him back together, and then he turns to dust in front of their eyes, that would be very traumatizing. I understand that we're supposed to be warriors, but if we cannot be kind and considerate to each other, then what do we have? How do you feel safe? Not to say that your friends should be keeping things from you either.
Maybe I'm gonna, like, put my holy symbol back on. I'm gonna say maybe I just wear my symbol a little bit too far out on my sleeve.
The Raven Queen is certainly known for a bit more compassion than Kellenborn.
Oh, trust me, I know.
But the judge is a judge. He's not mean. He's forthright.
He gets a bad name being he's an old god, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that was above table.
Yeah.
That was above
he is.
table.
He's an elder god.
Being an old god, you have a connotation that the Raven Queen, her churches are typically more full, as she's seen as a compassionate god. And Kelmvor is the stern father, but
I would agree.
he has compassion. She showed me compassion first and foremost, and he is worried about his daughter.
As we all are. And as you kind of like say that, you watch her shoulders just slump a little bit more. He goes, I have a bit more connection than most in doing what I do and being on the front line. But even I am much more drained than normal. It's exhausting.
It's a difficult time.
Just don't know what's going on.
You don't even have to have faith to know that people need something. I'm gonna, like, stand up, kind of, like, brush myself off, and look at her and say, Founder's doing something. The Raven Queen will be back. And she'll be stronger than ever.
Are you
And
so sure? I believe she'll be back, but how do you know?
Regardless of my current distrust, it was a mission given to me, and it was a mission that was given to my friends who we see through to the end. And I'm just gonna sit back down.
You see that she, as you're sitting back down, she stands up. I needed that. And I hope I could have been of some help to you. I'm gonna go speak with a few more parishioners. If you need anything, please let me know. She just gives you a small squeeze on the shoulder and proceeds on her way. So at this point, a few more people file in and out from time to time. Every once in a while, you notice Kinjar pop his head and run out.
I'm keeping very close tabs on the tithing's bowl. Like, every time I, hear him, I'm, basically 100% tunnel visioning on.
You do see that he clocks you staring at him as he has a silver in his hand, and he just lets it go, clatters back into the ground.
Before he leaves, I'm gonna say very smart. My holy symbol starts to glow. I'm also gonna make sure there's no people that have sudden toothaches or lack thereof.
Oh man.
There's a time and a place, Kenjar. You will learn that soon.
Well, with that, you're looking at Kinjar run away. He does kind of pan over to back to the front door as you see it open up with your friends. Maybe that's a strong word. Companions, allies.
They're my friends. They did royally piss me off, though.
Sticks!
Do you yell that?
Yes.
I'm gonna shush
Are you holding up the jar?
I have the jar.
Okay.
I'm holding up Kinjar.
Do I feel any different when I walk in this time?
Not especially, no. Other than it is clean, it is. It's almost like the place has been aired out. It feels good to be here.
Brother.
I haven't eaten or had coffee.
I just heard it.
Have a granola bar.
God, why do you think I made a chef?
No, extra warmth or anything.
As they walk in, I'll look at them and nod.
Come sit next to you.
I'll put a little bit of money in the tithing for myself and
I'll nod at the tithing bowl.
take a mental note of who I see in here, especially people regalia.
Sure.
The Raven Queen.
You see Dust Shadow is walking around. Simon, who you've had sandwiches with before, is hanging out, as well as another priestess that you've not seen before, but who is currently walking away from Styx after it seems like they'd had a brief interaction. An Earth Genasi woman, she has her hairs in stony braids coming back.
I'll definitely be making a point to go speak to Shadow Dust as soon as I check in with Styx. See how he's doing. Walk up and sit down next to him.
I'm gonna have my head down, eyes closed, praying, and I figure because I feel something next to me, but I don't hear it, it's you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of want to talk about it now or later.
Talk about what? The fact that you're free?
No, I heard a couple things after I got out.
Mm-hmm.
You're a little upset right now.
That
We don't want to talk about it now. It's fine.
That could probably do for later. I'm gonna gesture over to Portia. That was her name?
Yep, she's been walking around.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got the name right. Portia and said, I spoke with her for a little bit. I left pretty shortly after we got out of your proceeding, but
Understandable, given what I
Oh,
heard.
sorry. No, Portia I got mixed up. Portia is the Kellenborn priestess.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
which
it.
one is this?
Gotta give this.
This
one
was
a name.
the Raven Queen one. Yeah, I'm
I was
gonna
gonna say you gotta give her a name right now because
Uh,
Clarice.
Samantha.
continue on, and I will give her a name as we go.
I'm gonna look around and I'm gonna say, this is really clean. I'm gonna look over.
Yeah. So there's a reason that I'm here. And I will be going to talk to Shadow Dusk here in a moment.
Pathara, by the way.
Thara.
Oh, have you been coming here and cleaning?
I'm spending a lot of time here.
You want me to, like, send Totoro to help when you go, or...?
Well, if I continue throughout the week when I'm here, one of you is going to have to come with me.
That's
But-
true, isn't it? Yeah.
But that's not something we're going to worry about right now. We're all here now.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Sticks?
Mm-hmm.
You and I are the only two people who have to keep a constant supervision of Kexx.
I can't be
Do
seen.
they realize that that's even hard for us sometimes?
I am not going to go anywhere or do anything.
I think they think it's easier for us because he likes us.
That's fair.
I just, if I'm seen in public without either of you, it's
So
not
you're
gonna-
saying if you're just with me and I go invisible, your spine is going to explode?
No, because there's no tattoo on my spine anymore. They will just be doing everything that they can to kill me as quick as possible.
Did they grow all your parts back?
No.
Did you get that? thing?
All right.
We're in process of that. I need a few more days of touching up. but-
So when...
Do you think we could take the thing that we tried to use to get you out and put that in there? That
That
help?
sounds like a great idea.
You might get like wings.
That sounds like a great idea.
From the way he's shaking his head, I think he's lying.
Maybe we'll table that for another time. You know, I've heard it beating a couple of times. Maybe I could just,
Oh yeah,
but
snack packet.
we'll table that.
I mean, theoretically, if you become a Draco Lich, you would be much
That'll-
harder to deal with.
That'll be like my shot of adrenaline in a bad situation kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Can a normal person become a Draco Lich? I thought only dragons could do that.
Do you want to find out, Kexx?
Let's table it for now.
I'm gonna roll my eyes.
I like to imagine we look over at the cleric of the Raven Queen that's just like,
She is. Shadow Dust, the head priestess, is just like,
Hello.
back room.
Yes.
If you're gonna be having this type of conversation.
So riddles out of the question.
riddle? I'm not against it. You remember the tiny ale dragon?
Yes, I'm just trying to grasp what this is presented to us.
So
His riddles become 10 times more hard.
Riddle me this, you little fuck!
I will give a motion to Shadow Dust that I would like to speak, and everybody may accompany or not if they wish to go speak with her.
See, Shadow Dust starts to. She gives you a nod as she's in the middle of like setting up some things with parishioners. She's actually walking around with food for some. Those that seem to be a little bit displaced and not being able to like go home, feed themselves, that type of stuff.
I'll pass her my remaining 6 granola bars.
She nods and just starts passing these out. And you watch a bunch of people just.
Yep. I feel so much better.
Oh, they fucking died.
Oh shit, you're allergic to nuts.
I more than doubled their hit points with temp HP. So
They're gonna go fight Gad.
they Akira'd.
Is everybody coming with?
In the back room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go talk to Shadow Dust.
Yes.
She leads you all back there.
Place is looking lovely.
Thank you. Or you in particular.
How are
You are also looking.
how have things been over the past couple of days with the recent catastrophes?
Well, luckily enough, the Ebon Feather didn't get hit too hard during everything. We happened to be, well, both when New Prov got attacked, we happened to be just outside that radius, and when Sunhome got attacked, we happened to be just outside that one for the bombardments. So,
We did what we could to keep them out of Selesnya.
we heard, though Selesnya did still get attacked. Much less bad, I would presume. We're doing the best that we can. We we were taking tithes in a hope that we could put together enough offering that we could maybe clear up some of the distortion that's happening due to the Divine Gate and however it is currently acting in relation to the Raven Queen. But we unfortunately had to take that and do our jobs and start providing for those around us. So
that might be better at getting her attention now, anyways.
that's my hope.
We need to discuss something. During the events over the last couple of days, I was killed. And thanks to my friend here, I am still standing. However, while I was dead, I was visited, and I was given a scene and a brief conversation with Our Lady. I'll describe the scene of being on top of the mountain, and then where I saw in the vision I had of her. I won't exactly tell her yet what was discussed, just that we had the conversation, and then I will show her proof of that, and I will, for the first time, draw out my Queen's Feather, as we have dubbed it. It is a black hilt. You will see it's similar to what I've had before, but the hilt is now a solid black color. The blade is a little bit longer and a short sword, still green, and at the edges of the blade it is gold. And throughout the entire blade it looks like the pattern of a feather.
Damn.
I'm gonna go up and look at it.
Did you have that in the courthouse?
Damn, I should die sometime.
Wouldn't recommend it. I've done it twice.
I've avoided it so far.
Can't avoid it
Great
forever.
personal cost to other people.
Well, I get to have it like at least 6 or 5 more times.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So, what is her reaction with this?
She seems perplexed that you were given such a boon. She's been working so hard for the past year to even get in contact.
You made her jealous.
Yep.
No, it's not jealous, it is confusion.
How is he pulling power from the Raven?
I believe that with my passing, that this was possible, that I was left in that in-between space just long enough to where she could reach me without too much exertion, is my theory with this. It is the first time that I have ever had her speak to me directly.
She often doesn't, and has not been, obviously, in the past while,
It's because she is imprisoned.
which we've discussed before. And you told her about Leon Edwin,
Yes.
all that kind of stuff during this.
I will tell her about.
Or we can just do that in
Yeah, let's play that out. Actually,
she's imprisoned.
by when we have talked about the god, this unnamed entity that's causing all this strife and everything throughout Guild's Row and throughout the world, I now, thanks to her, know his identity as Leon Enduin. Somehow, he has usurped her seat within the Shadowfell and has ascended to some type of godhood, and his influence is what is causing everything to go on. As well as I learned the name of who I am descended from, which we had spoken about previously, not knowing.
Who would that be?
Have you heard of a name called Svadarak?
I'm trying to clock reactions here too.
There's a few different emotions that go across her face. as you say Svadarak.
Wonderful.
The first is recognition, disbelief, quelling that, and then acceptance and annoyance.
She's going through all the stages of grief right now? Okay.
Because it is very much just like, that guy? It can't be that guy. No, it really can't be. Oh, fucking, of course it's this guy.
Oh.
Name seems familiar.
Name seems familiar, as she kind of just pinches the bridge of her nose.
I know nothing about him other than the name itself, so...
He's the first vampire.
Oh,
Ah.
it's an important one.
Why is this surprising? Don't
Maybe the second
all
one?
vampires come from the first vampire?
No.
There's a bit of delineation when you get further down the lines. So to say that he is a sire of Svadarak is concerning because he's been locked away since the Second Age.
That's like 2 ages ago.
And
In a few millennia in between.
Good fucking lord.
he might be out now. With her power being usurped in her seat,
And you gave blood.
and I gave blood. I did not at the time.
And she gives you power.
Might be to make up for some of the stuff.
Shadow
Well,
Dust.
with your plane, you can go to my home and go kill him. Again.
It's on the list. I don't think I'm strong enough to do anything like that yet, but
Shadow Dust.
him along with the woman that took my blood and Leon Anduin himself are on the list. But
A small list.
I have a lot of steps to take before that is even remotely possible.
Yes, Styx.
To be fair, we have a lot on our plate, and I really hope you don't believe this is because the Raven Queen has heard your cries on deaf ears, but I think with her limited ability now, she really does have to put everything into one.
She is my belief that she can hear you, but she can't respond.
Did you say she was hiding you from Leon?
She was hiding me. She was speaking in a very hushed tone and spoke as, which, what languages do you speak?
Sorry.
You're good.
Foundry is freaking out currently.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's doing a do right now.
Forget that for now. I speak Elven, Shadar-kai, Celestial,
There was a conversation going on
Umbral,
between who I assume Leon Anduin was and somebody else, and I could not make it out. But I might be able to pull the memory based on the gifts that she gave me. If that might help you be able to understand it.
I think it's best to use any information that we have.
Okay, so now me and Andrew need to talk about mechanics in regards to this.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to use encode thoughts for this to pull that memory. If I linked because it says with any you're able to read the memory when you are using any ability that allows you to detect thoughts or communicate telepathically. So if I link mine in her brain and then I encode that, would that work?
Didn't you already link today?
I can do it again.
Okay.
I just have to expend a dice for that.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
Okay, then I would like to do that.
First hit's free.
Alright, you take a moment, pull this emerald strand out of your
I had to
head.
get psionic on your supply, bro.
As this strand kind of comes out, there's a brief flip of energy that goes across all of you once again. And as you then take that strand and start to decode thoughts, so you can listen to it once again, you're all hit with this booming voice.
What language is it in?
Celestial.
Excellent. So I can understand it.
I do not. Do I understand it despite not speaking Celestial?
No, you do not.
Okay.
So, those of you that understand Celestial, hear this deep, booming voice. You even hear the long, protracted sound of thunder happening in the background. As this is going on, and the deep voice is saying, "It is a minor delay, but still a delay nonetheless. You disappoint me with this outcome. But disappointment is something I expect from you. Try again, do better. If I have to see you back here again, it will not be pretty." That's it.
Okay. I thought he was sending the memory over to her, and then we had divine intervention be like, "Hey guys, what you doing?" I was like, "Oh no!"
Hey God, we were just trying to get a little bit of a.
And the only thing that I saw of those two people were their feet, essentially.
Correct.
Yeah.
Was
What
this
more do you need?
being spoken at you?
No, I was in the room, and she was sheltering me, hiding me, and I heard that.
That was to the Raven Queen.
No, he was talking to somebody else. Leon Enduin was having a conversation with somebody else. While that was happening, that she used that moment to talk to me.
I'm sorry, this is all very confusing with just being voices. So, this was Leon Enduin speaking to somebody, or somebody speaking?
Let me create the scene. When she called me, when I talked to her, I was in a room. She was hiding me. Leon Enduin was off in the corner talking to somebody else. What we just heard was that conversation that I couldn't figure out because I don't speak Celestial.
So that is technically Leon Enduin speaking. Okay, so this is what was said.
Yes.
Say to
So
everybody.
so there's been a delay in something, and he is disappointed in someone.
So he's speaking to somebody who failed their mission, which would be the thing that we saw that killed Morgan.
Well,
No.
he said that disappointment is something he should expect from this person. That's about the
Are
only.
they wearing shoes?
Were they wearing shoes, Andrew?
Leon Enduin definitely had feet.
Yep.
This thing did not.
This thing did not have feet.
They were like a smoky, amorphous thing.
Okay.
Probably the thing Niv Mizzet was fighting.
That was
A dragon?
like a horror.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
but-
Eldritch abomination.
That we know
It had
came
smoke cascading off.
that
of
we
it.
kinda-
I can see why you would think that.
to expect. So that's
Um,
that's all I can. That's all I got for her.
It was a brief conversation,
No.
and then you
It's-
had a conversation of your own.
And then
Priest.
that's all I know.
What do you think of this priestess? I know what they said, but I don't know anything of what they could be referring to.
Well, if Leon Enduin has usurped the Raven Queen's role, that means he now has access to the dead.
Mhm.
Meaning that if you fail your mission, he can certainly just send you back. And was he if not a tyrant?
He did do that with the first Descendant.
We have seen a servant of his that was killed come back temporarily.
They did not look well.
I do not know.
We also
I don't understand taking a god's purview when you are not one yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What powers that entails? Is he as strong as the Raven Queen is normally? Is he stronger since he had his own power and then took hers? Is he weaker because they are not the correct match? Does our prayer go to him instead of her?
I don't know. I do think in that vision, I was placed on a mountain for a reason. And that mountain is a symbol of Cord. I believe that I need to somehow communicate with him. I believe that potentially he might be trying to help and is being blocked. And if somehow we can undo that blockage, that there might be able to be some relief for her. If we can distract him, she might be able to bestow more power through the Divine Gate.
Didn't you recently come across some Stygian technologies designed to affect planar energies and keep people out, let people in?
Certainly did.
I wonder if they have a physical location somewhere near a certain mountain in a certain empire.
Another thing to think about is that you're speaking about Leon Endwin. And the mountain you're talking about is Cord's Seat. He's the one that named it. And on top of that, that is where his original castle stands. That may just be where he makes his home.
Sounds like we need to be there in 6 days.
Somehow, I cannot leave the city anytime soon until my legal battle is over.
My work?
While I am in the city,
So crazy.
I can try to contact Cord through one of his temples. I do not know if I can get through. As you very well know, I am a little bit new to this.
Wait, if you're the Raven Queen and you're Kellenborg, do I have to be Cord then?
You have talked to one of his daughters.
That's true.
You might have to be my lightning rod.
Never thought I'd hear that out of your mouth.
That sounds like a euphemism.
I thought that was pretty good.
That was pretty
I thought that
good.
was good.
It was good.
I was caught off guard.
Yeah.
I've sent word to those in Silva Cross, the priestesses there of the Raven Queen, and I'm looking to hear back as far as those of the Cord. I would check further within the Boros. They had the heaviest concentration of followers of Cord. Maybe speak with the heralds that are now down and amongst us once again. If I heard correctly, you all walked out of there with an angel. You probably have a better line than I do.
This is true. Though her line might be a little blocked as well. But
Does Tiana normally serve Cord?
It's usually Tiana, Aurelia, Raven Queen, and Raven Queen is married to Cord.
they're linked, and
It's Tiana is the Raven Queen Court's child, which makes Aurelia is their child, which makes Tiana their grandchild.
So Tiana's the grandchild of Cord.
yes.
Well,
So that
I
might
feel
be a
like
good place
we
to.
probably have a favor with her.
At the very least, I can talk to her. Like I said, I can't leave the city yet, so the mountain, as of now, is off the table.
You'll be out. You'll be fine.
I'm not going to break any rules or laws in regards to what's going on.
Again.
Oh, of course.
Anything that I can do from here on out, please.
I mean this sincerely. You do not take your instructions from me. You have a line to a higher power. You now have a better idea of what to do than I do.
But you know how to help the people around here, and I don't.
And I already am. You have the bigger fight to take care of.
Still, I can't leave for a while if I can help in my downtime at all.
You are more than welcome to continue helping here.
Thank you.
You want the Pride's Call to do some catering?
Yes, we can. Would you like some food sent here?
That would be wonderful.
We can.
Sail, You don't know if you have the capabilities to do that right now, considering you're also acting as...
We are also at a shelter right now.
Yeah.
We can send Leonard out to hunt a little bit more often.
That doesn't mean I'm not gonna try.
So Leonard's a
Throw it out
fucking
Leonard may
Uber Eats.
single-handedly wipe out all the deer population in Selesnya for a little bit. But,
Bro, Leonard's an Uber Eats bike. That's sick.
potato. So, okay. I will do what I can.
Does your Uber Eats driver get you deer sometimes?
Since you are the first person that I've met that actually knows about Svatorak, any leads I can pursue, anybody that I can potentially find out more from. I don't know how the woman and him are linked, but I know that she is working with Cavus in some regard.
Who isn't working with Cavius? I hate that wretch.
Svatorak, as far as I understand, was one of the original heads of the Demir.
Of fucking course he is.
Man, Kexx, everything's just coming full circle for you, ain't it?
Buddy.
And Judge Asperia is the one that sentenced him to death. Aurelia is the one that carried it out.
Oh my god.
And the Raven Queen was the one to imprison him in eternity.
Great.
So I'm guessing that a lot of this is the vampire lady's fault, who I'm also guessing is in charge of the Demir to some extent.
Maybe.
Let's
So
bring
I
a
would-
couple of those back. Asperia is gonna be holding your trial, most likely, in the next couple of days. Aurelia is dead.
Just gonna say it. Maybe we just beeline it towards that mountain. There's a whole bunch of Stygian iron.
No.
We send it.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving
Go up the mountain.
before my trial is done.
I don't want to turn our ship into a
There-
fire ship, but
I have a feeling there's not gonna be a guild trail much longer if we don't do anything.
If we leave now and succeed, he will have to be buried on that mountain.
they're not going to give us our
Or I
gold
will
money
never
back.
come back.
Mhm.
So, at least until we figure out where these proceedings are going.
When the universe keeps kicking you, sometimes you have to just say, okay, maybe I'll go the other way. It's kind of what I did in the Feywild. It turned out pretty well for me, actually.
And look at what going the other way has gotten me into so far.
Yeah, I think we just gotta keep you on the straight and narrow for a little bit until at least you lose the eye of the cops.
Who's keeping him on the straight and narrow?
Oh, not
Don't
none
get
of
me
us.
wrong. Do not get me wrong.
It's the Raven Queen now.
I will choose
Okay.
duty and what needs to be done over my own safety if that becomes a choice that I need to make. But for now, we don't know enough to make that choice yet, at least for myself. And I think that I am better if I am able to walk free at the end of this than making this situation worse for myself. I cannot serve, and I cannot help the Raven Queen if I am put to death or in prison for life.
Agreed.
If they put you to death, I'll just bring you back.
I'm sure that won't be possible if I'm dust.
Do you think that would have worked for Svatorak? Do you think he did not try the same thing?
Well, he didn't
If
have
they
a bird
can-
friend.
If they can keep the father of all vampires away.
Exactly.
One other thing. And I'm only saying this because I rolled a natural 20.
Thank you, Shadow Dust.
Ah,
Please
Shadow
continue.
Dust, what is this natural 20 you speak of?
You know, like
Some
in Baldur's Gate.
This new Raven Queen magic?
For more information on the unexplainable,
Mesothelium. Mesothelium.
That's what made him into a Dampier.
some wizard I know. Mesotheliomas! Binding curse! Rotten lung! Sorry.
No.
For the things unexplainable, go to the Accursed Archive. It is not in one location. It's something that you must find while you're on your adventures. Sometimes people say that it finds you. It is a dangerous place to be.
Did we do that?
We had a chance to at one point.
But it is a place that can answer many questions with a cost.
Wait, at the library?
The Accursed Archive.
Well,
Is that the
right.
Demir library?
No.
Oh,
It's a demi-plane of a library that sometimes the door will reveal itself to, sometimes it will not.
Big
Oh,
owl.
yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
It's in the desert.
Well,
There's a big owl
I have-
guardian.
I potentially have somebody I might be able to ask more about that.
It's an interdimensional learn everything but get fucked up while you're there.
Yep.
Much more of the church.
Except for the time that myself and 2 other players went there and didn't steal anything or start any fights, and Andrew was very confused.
Had a whole one-shot because it was just fucking assholes the entire time. I was like, alright. Like, I know they're gonna put their foot in it somewhere. Nope.
Yep, we shaped up for one shot.
You're like, hey guys, okay, I
The
know
one
that
time I wanted them to, they
I know
didn't.
we've killed things and stolen things, but while we're here, let's actually do everything right.
That's exactly what happened.
Thank you. I will, if it is an option, I will consider it.
Well, that's all the information I have for you, unfortunately.
Alright.
And I think with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up. We'll pick back up next Sunday. Same bat time, same bat channel on the 26th at noon. Be there or don't. I can't tell you what to do.
Next.
What I can hope for you to do, though, is go sign up for our Discord and join in on some of the one-shots and stuff that we got going on. Woo! On the 13th of June, we're going to be doing a community charity live stream for about 12 hours, where I'm going to be hosting a bunch of different games, not just D&D. We're going to have Daggerheart, we're going to have Candela Obscura, we're going to have Mothership, which is really, really cool. I'm taking the Killer Clowns from Outer Space theme that we did, and I'm turning that into sci-fi horror using the Mothership system, which is dope. Yeah, so it'll be a blast. Show up, you can go ahead and buy re-rolls, things like that, inspirations, or negative rolls for some people. Sam's just standing up.
My knees are killing me right now. I need to be standing.
Standing in
Anyways.
business.
So, hopefully we'll see you then.